You are subbed to this channel. You are subbed to this channel because we had a wild month of gifted subs. Namely, ZGS and Christopher. Between the two of them, gifted like 200, 250 subs. So if you'd ever even stopped by once randomly just to see what it was about, there was a good chance you got a sub. Which is why our sub record is so freaking high. 400 freaking subs. That's wild. Elle, how are you today? Ugh, stretch. Ugh, I woke up late. But it's my own damn fault, because I stayed up too late. Dude, 400? Holy crap. Elle, I know. It's insane. I don't even know, man. I don't even... Christopher and ZGS went on just an absolute tear. And we're just like, I don't know. We're going to break Nims' brain today. Okay, got it, good. And it was more like a week and a half period. Do we have enough villagers that we can start? Yeah. Okay, so we've got a couple of... Woo! Still no trading for me. Not gonna lie, I didn't want to... But you're very good at interacting with chat. Yeah, tell that to the people that watch me then. Because there's memes. There's all the memes that say, Nims never reads chat. And I'm like, I do my best. Theodore, how's it going, man? Fabulous. I got an interview for a job tomorrow and I'm so nervous. Okay. I don't know if it's possible for you, but here's what you do to not be nervous in your interview. You drive the route today. So wherever you're going to get interviewed, right? This place, okay? Drive the route today. Feel comfortable driving there today So that way when you go tomorrow, it feels natural. It feels like you've already done it. And like the giant mounting pressure that you feel should be significantly lessened, because it should feel like something you've done before. It should old hat, you know? Just drive the route. Oh, you did that and you're still nervous. Oh, well then I got nothing for you. Yo, I'm actually gonna screenshot that, what you guys just said, and I'm gonna post that in my own Discord. And I'm gonna, anytime anyone's like, Nimsh never reads chat, dude, I am actually screenshotting it and saving it right now. Boom. Boom. And wait, I should probably like, we should probably color out some of the parts that aren't relevant, right? Like, I love you, Al, but this isn't relevant. Can I change the size of my... Here, no. Edit, undo. Oh God, I can't. Well, it's good. Nah, I already saved it. Oh man. Okay, so what I want to do today is we've spent a few streams now prepping for the mushroom farm and getting this all set up and in place and figured out. I think that we're gonna actually load it up into the area, and then I'm not gonna stress a lot about how we're gonna handle the overflow just yet. I hope that we can figure that out after it's in position. Yeah? Sick. Okay, so. Oh, hey! 4Bobby with a 100-bit tip. He's just like, yo, I got you. 100 bits, start the stream. How I feel when streamers read my message. Oh, I see how it is. I'm You're not irrelevant. No. It was just, they were saying the things that I can then post to my chat room and be like, hey look. Okay, so we start. I need some podzol, and it does start right in that nook. Interesting. We made mistakes. Does it matter? Something I hadn't noticed. Look at this. The wall that's behind it interferes with the back podzol that we use to double up our growth spots. But that can't be right. Oh, I see what I did. This whole thing needs to be a block forward. Okay, we have more prep to do. Holy crap. This was completely wrong. Everything, because we built it directly on top of the storage system. And because we built it directly on top of the storage system, it actually threw our spacing off. It wasn't supposed to go right here. It was supposed to go a block forward. Oh, I told you this last stream, but you didn't read chat. Oh. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. If I ever miss one of your messages, just send it again. Oh. Okay. Well, does that change anything? Well, first, we never updated these guys. That wasn't correct. Hey! What is that? Oh! Wait. Life Fiver? I have no idea how to say your name, dude, but thanks for the 6-man raid. Appreciate it, my dude. Paralyzer. Oh, it's supposed to be an S, not a 5. Can I get some big dumb idiots in chat? Because I am the biggest of dumbest of idiots. Thank you very much for that small raid, guys. I appreciate it. Welcome. Hello. Howdy do. I'm also having another big dumb idiot moment. In that I just doing some redstone, and it's just like trying to do math on stream. You just always make yourself look like a fool. I never walk away having finished redstone looking smart. Yeah. Okay, so what do? I need to take, so I'm currently working, Paralyzer, did you stream Minecraft before this, or what is your game of choice? Okay, so we start. Let's see, that would be the block back. So that would be somewhere up here in this line. So we start 2 blocks in, so leave 1 block of gap against the wall. So if we take this wall all the way up, we do not put a hopper here-ish. We put it 1 block in. So the hopper ends that we need should be something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And actually that lined up perfectly. This is why redstone is scary. The exact point I've been trying to make the whole time. Redstone is scary. I'm terrible. I'm the worst at redstone. It's playing ultra hardcore single player. Ooh. What's your play style? Do you play like an adventurer, or do you play like a builder, a redstoner, like an aesthetics guy? I'm curious. Okay, so then we can take, what is that? That's 3. 1, 2, 3. So we don't need that anymore. Oh wow, we were actually getting some farming done. So that's the actual design that we're using. How many days survived? Almost 1900. 1883. All right, and then we should get to place some diagonal into the back. Yeah, I think that's I think that's right. Well, I just finished beating the Ender Dragon of the Wither yesterday, so I was working on my base today. I like to put a lot of detail into my building. I'm pretty basic when it comes to redstone. Oh, cool, dude. How was your Ender Dragon fight? When I have Elytra, so obviously I've been to the end. I've done we've done almost everything. However, we just found our first ocean monument like 2 days ago. But I beat the dragon. I have like 5 pairs of Elytra, multiple beacons. We're waiting for 116 for a lot of stuff though, so the base is just... Oh, well, that was kind of rough. The base is WIP. It's work in progress. The idea for this base is... So I'm a redstoner for sure. The whole concept of this base was to create... Don't mind the rail. Was to create a single structure where everything in that structure were like gears in a machine, right? Just cogs in a machine, everything well-oiled, well-lubricated, everything firing at 100% on all cylinders, all the machines coming together to work to create one beautiful harmony of grand farms. So, to that end, I started, the nugget that I had to start with was a skeleton spawner, right there. So with this skeleton spawner, I built an AFK skeleton grinder, specifically an AFK skeleton experience grinder. So those skeletons that we saw under there will go into some water streams, up a bubble elevator, across a little channel here, and then they'll fall back down, landing. My base changes so much because we're building so quickly. I'm forgetting how to move through it. So then they fall down and land inside this room. And then you can see that the experience that, because we kill the skeletons by wolves which are owned by the player, it's considered the player killing the skeletons, which means we get their experience in addition to their rare drops. Well, we don't care about the rare drops, so we just take this experience and we run with it. So we now have this constant, steady, moderate, it's not a very huge flow, but a moderate flow of experience that we just get over time. So what do? We build a bunch of AFK farms to capitalize on that constant flow of experience. So as an example, fishing farms, everybody understands. So boom, fishing farm. So now while I'm AFK here at this fishing farm, the experience from the skeleton, Christopher with this, the man, the myth, the legend. Killer. The man, the myth, the legend. Thank you very much for that 10-month resub. You are wild, sir, thank you. So obviously we could take the fishing farm and chill right here, and while we're fishing, we're capitalizing on the experience that we get from this skeleton experience farm. We can also do some really wild things as well, like this. So I've set up a tree farm here, so I can totally AFK grow and cut down trees. So I'm just gonna stand here, hold right click, hold left click, and I'm walking away from my computer. I'm on the outside of the room, chat room. That's me clapping my hands, cutting down some trees. And this works. And this works because, one, we have just beautiful harmony of farms. So where do we get the bone meal that we're spamming the trees with? Well, we have like 3 different farms that are generating bone meal through composter arrays then shipping that bone meal completely automatically into the tree farm. We also have overflow protection, so that way we don't have like things getting backed up. We also have item destruction, so that way our world is as absolutely lag friendly as possible. And then you would ask yourself, well, how does his axe not break? On a long enough time scale, wouldn't the axe break? We're cutting down trees. We're actually stripping and cutting down trees. So it's more like 10 durability per tree, not 5. Well, to that, I would say we have Unbreaking 3. So obviously, our axe is going to go a little bit further because of that. Additionally, the experience from the skeleton experience grinder that's sitting right behind us is more than enough experience to keep our Mending Unbreaking 3 axe completely topped out in durability for our AFK session, while we AFK here. I'm gonna go ahead and stop that. And we're just gonna jump out. It's just super easy. We just put our saplings back in and that's it. We're done. We used it. Then again, the beautiful harmony of farms. So we take obviously let's finish this room real fast. Let's finish this real quick. So we have the experience that's feeding into the AFK tree farm, experience that's automatically feeding into the fishing farm, and then we have some other obvious AFK farms like a nano farm that's kind of old school tech, a cobblestone farm that works pretty much the same way. You would just come up to it, you use it, you just hold left click, and then because we have a Mending Unbreaking pickaxe, the durability of it will be repaired through the experience faster than it will be destroyed by using the tool. So a cobblestone / regular stone farm. It also converts concrete too. It's a really sick design. I'm really proud of it. A small little netherwort farm, because these things take forever, and AFK netherwort farming is monotonous and tedious, and so I'm just gonna, netherwort farming is monotonous and tedious, so I'm just gonna AFK it. And then we just shoved it in this room so that way we'd be able to get the experience at the same time. And the same thing with the jack-o'-lantern carver, because jack-o'-lanterns are really good light sources whenever you're building with redstone, because they are a solid block that generates light that you can pass redstone signal through that doesn't stick to slime blocks or honey blocks. So I'm absolutely in love with jack-o'-lanterns. I think that they're like one of the greatest or most underappreciated blocks in the entire game. So anyway, going on from the tree farm, so we have a bunch of different output from the tree farms. We get saplings, we get logs, we get stripped logs, apples, sticks, the whole 9. And it can do 3 different tree types with both variants. So oak, birch, jungle, regular, and stripped. And so you can see that's represented here. Oak, oak, birch, birch, jungle, jungle. The leaves are representative of the saplings that we get. Obviously the red is the apples, the planks are the sticks. But what about this? Well, this comes back into like beautiful harmony of farms. We take the overflow logs. So let's say we filled up all of our stripped logs inside of this chest here. What do we do when they overflow? Well, we run them through, we detect that they've overflowed, and then we ship them to another part of our base and convert those logs automatically into charcoal. And then the charcoal that it creates is the fuel it uses to convert future logs. So it's like a self-fulfilling system. It never runs out of fuel because its fuel is itself. So it's just, not only is that harmonious with itself, but the thing is harmonious with the tree farm, which is in harmony with the skeleton experience grinder, and the bone meal as another example. The tree farm goes through a wild amount of bone meal, just an absolutely insane amount of bone meal. But this structure right here is a 3-layer melon pumpkin farm. We then take all of those melons and convert them, all the melons and pumpkins, which are the best items in the game, to convert to automatic items in the game. I should put that little asterisk on there. To convert into bone meal. We then run them into a bone meal or a composter array over here. It's a little one trying to, right there. So you can kind of see that there's 3 composters here. And then this is what creates our huge line of bone meal that feeds into the back of the tree farm. Once the tree farm is full of bone meal, we take the excess melons and pumpkins and we ship them along water tubes all the way over here to this other end of the base. Right here. There's pumpkins and then there's melons over here. Why do we ship them all the way over here? Well, we already have a carrot and potato farm here. So carrots and then it's mirrored onto the other side for potatoes. And with the carrots, potatoes, melons, and pumpkins, we can sell those to villagers, farmer villagers specifically, get a buttload of emeralds, and then we could turn around with those emeralds and buy golden carrots, the best food for hardcore Minecraft, in my opinion. Well, what about this carrot and potato farm? So not only is it a carrot and potato farm, which we use to make emeralds to buy golden carrots, but it's also a honey farm. So bees have this really interesting mechanic where once they become pollinated, they can drip the pollen off of their backsides and accelerate growth stages of the crops below them. So just like a player using bone meal on a crop accelerates its growth, a bee dripping pollen does the exact same thing. Which means that putting bees inside of your carrot and potato farm makes the rates of your carrots and potato farms even better. Okay, but cool. A honey farm, but now we have this honey farm here. Honey farms require a lot of glass bottles. Where do we get the glass bottles out of... Where do we get the glass bottles for the honey farm? Well, that's a good question. Hypothetical question asker. We have a dark room mob farm that can spawn all the regular overworld mobs. So of course the standard ones like zombies, creepers, and skeletons, but we can also spawn spiders and witches and even endermen inside of that dark room mob farm. So because we can spawn endermen, just as a quick aside, because we can spawn endermen, we don't need to go to the end to build an ender. Well, I have all the ender pearls I need right here. Why do I need to go to the end to build an ender? Additionally, with how powerful my AFK experience farms are, why do I need an experience farm that I have to go all the way to the end to use? And I already have all the ender pearls. There's enders are a thing of the past. That's what I believe. Yeah, you can collect a beehive with Silk Touch. So, with that dark room mob farm, not only am I getting ender pearls, but we're getting witches. Witches have a chance of dropping glass bottles, which we ship the glass bottles into this chest. We keep a small supply here for ourselves, and then all the extra glass bottles that we would get in this farm, we ship over into the bee farm to convert those glass bottles into honey bottles. Well, once they're honey, we ship them right back. And for the player to convert. So here, let me clean up my inventory a little bit. So we would just come in here and be like, hey, I need to convert these honey bottles into honey blocks. Sick. I put the honey blocks back in there, and now I have a bunch of glass bottles in my inventory that I can just put in this. And boom, you can see that they're already getting pulled out of this chest, and they're being shipped off, being perfectly evenly distributed among our 4 honey farms, or our 4 beehives, rather. And then once they convert to honey, the cycle repeats. So now you can see how I went in direct succession from a skeleton experience grinder into a tree farm, into fishing farms and jack-o'-lantern carvers and cobblestone farms and so on. And then we went from that into villager trading in order to get all of the golden carrots that we need, which leads us into a potato carrot farm. Wait, we even skipped over the melon pumpkin farm being a bone meal supply, but that still leads us into the potato carrot farm, which we then accelerate the rates with using honey farms or bee mechanics to make more efficient. And then the bee honey farm directly relates to a darkroom mob farm, because that wouldn't work without the glass bottles that we're getting from the darkroom mob farm. And it just all, you see it. Your eyes are open now. You're seeing the cogs in my machines, the gears perfectly lubricated, running in synchronization with each other, the beautiful harmony of this base. I am so proud of this world. And I mean, there's even stuff that I haven't even touched yet. Bamboo farm, which goes into a storage array, which we then overflow the storage array to run a furnace array. Well, a storage tower into a furnace array. We've also got a sugarcane farm, which is laid out very precisely so we can take the sugarcane and combine it with the lapis lazuli that we get from selling rotten flesh to this guy, to then turn around and buy the lapis lazuli. So sugarcane into paper, lapis lazuli from rotten flesh. And over here we have leather that we get out of our fishing farm. Now we can make books, and using the lapis lazuli and the book, we can then enchant our books, which is a way that we're going to get enchanted books after the 116 fishing farm nerf. Additionally, the sugarcane farm has more villager trading built into it. We could just sell our paper right here. We've got unbreaking, infinity, and mending books just ready to go whenever we need them. I mean, the whole nine. We haven't even touched the iron golem farm yet. The iron golem farm, it obviously produces iron, as you would expect. So we have a bunch of iron here, and then we can turn around and sell the iron to 3 different types of blacksmith. But what about the poppies? The poppies we filter and then ship out. We set a small supply of poppies aside for ourselves, say if we want to breed more bees. Ideally, we'll get a shepherd who will buy red dye. And see, our poppies are right here. Ideally, we get a shepherd that buys red dye and white dye, so we'll convert the poppies into red dye, convert the bone meal into white dye, sell it to the shepherd for just more emeralds, because why not? But then whenever our poppy supply is full, we convert the excess poppies into bone meal, which is also placed into the tree farm, just further increasing the synchronicity of our world. Man. Nope, I missed my jump. You should be a storyteller, best explainer I've ever seen. Thanks, man. I've given this speech a couple of times before, though. Just bear that in mind. I've given that speech once or twice in the past. I asked my wife if she wanted some ice cream. When that zombie growled, I thought it was my wife answering back. That's hilarious. How do I survive so long in hardcore? Okay, so first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna build yourself a small hut. Make it out of cobblestone, so that way Enderman can't pick up any of the blocks. Preferably make it 2 blocks thick of cobblestone. Next, inside of this little hut, you're going to build a fishing farm. Any design will work. However, I strongly recommend, I have a video on YouTube that covers the 3 best fishing farms out there. You can find my YouTube, !YouTube. But I don't care. I don't need the self-plug. It's fine. Find any fishing farm and build it inside of this hut. Okay, so and the first thing that this fishing farm does for you is it completely handles your food supply. You'll catch all of the salmon that you could ever use. And salmon is a very good food source. It's not as good as pork chops, it's not as good as steak, it's definitely not as good as golden carrots for a hardcore world, but it's still a very good food source that you could get in the first 3 minutes of your hardcore world. And now that you have your food supply completely covered, you should also be able to catch all of the sticks and leather needed to make a shield. Then you're gonna, of course, build a bunch of torches. You want to build a full set of iron armor. Don't worry about your iron tools just yet. Just keep rocking your stone tools, but get a full set of iron armor ASAP. And with this fishing farm, at least while you're still in 115, you should be able to take the enchanted books out of the fishing farm and combine them onto your iron armor, thus giving you levels of protection. And between the salmon from the fishing farm, totally solving your food source or food supply, and then being able to enchant your iron armor, you should be okay. Post 116, so after the fishing farm, and this is why fishing farms desperately need a nerf. The fact that I'm just telling you, just build one thing and your game will be fine. That shows that fishing farms are way too strong and therefore need a nerf. Also, if you're still in 115, you'll also get your end game bow. So you can get your Power 5, Punch 2, and Breaking 3 Infinity Flame bow from a fishing farm up until 116. So the fact that you could do all of that in the first 3 minutes of Minecraft with one build, that's too strong, which is why they're getting nerfed. It's a good nerf. Post 115, what you'll do is you will find a village, specifically a fisherman, and you still build your fishing farm, and then you just sell all of your fish to the fisherman, which I actually do have a fisherman right here. So you can see 1 fish, 1 emerald, 1 fish, 1 emerald, 1 fish, 1 emerald, 1 fish, 1 emerald. And then you just get a farmer villager, and you push your farmer villager all the way up to max level. And then your farmer villager will just outright sell you golden carrots. And then, because you have all of these villagers, you never even need to risk mining either. Somewhere in this point, you should probably build yourself a villager breeder and an iron golem farm. Now you're gonna have all the iron that you're ever going to need. You sell your iron against a toolsmith, a weaponsmith, and an armor smith to get a bunch of emeralds. That is a completely automatic supply of emeralds now. And then you turn around and you buy full sets of diamond armor. So diamond legs, diamond boots, diamond helm, diamond chest, diamond axe, diamond sword, diamond hoe, diamond axe, diamond shovel, diamond pick. So, like, that's... In pre-116, build a fishing farm, end game, you're done. You should be able to ride that fishing farm all the way to the late game. Post 116, fishing farm, villager breeder, iron golem farm, / villager trading hall. Yeah, fishing farm plus villagers. And you should be able to ride those 2 things all the way to the late game. So technically, golden carrots are cheaper than fish. Yes. Well, I did some trade manipulation, but yes. Yes, they are. See, I can take... so what he's talking about is I can come in here, and for 1 emerald, so for 1 fish, I can get 1 emerald, right? And then over on this side of the base, for that 1 emerald that I just obtained, I can get 3 golden carrots. So yeah, golden carrots are cheaper than cod. Do you think fishing should be nerfed, not just farming, but in general? Personally, I think its rewards are too OP. Well, that's what they've done, is they've removed the treasure table from automatic fishing, effectively. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but without getting into the intricacies of it, yeah, they basically removed. So there are 3 tables. Fishing, farm, Minecraft. Google's slow today. Wiki. Come on. Come on. Well, we should just search fishing Minecraft. That's what we should search. There we go. So there are 3 loot tables for fishing. So you've got your fish category, your treasure category, and your junk category. The treasure category is the category that's broken. Specifically, the ability to catch enchanted bows and enchanted books is way too strong. Absolutely game-breakingly strong. Because this bow can be this. Power 5, Unbreaking 3, Punch 2, Flame Infinity. That bow can be that. So you just build a fishing farm, you AFK for a little bit, and you have this bow. The best bow you will ever use for the history of Minecraft. Additionally, you can catch enchanted books. So even if you don't get the best bow, you can now catch, all of those same enchants, but you can also get your protection 4s, your unbreakings, your mendings, your sharpnesses, your everything else out of a fishing farm. So these 2 things are the things that break them, and that's what's getting in treasure. So this whole category from there to there is what's getting removed in 1.16. So you will only be able to hit the treasure category if you meet a bunch of very specific conditionals. It will still be possible to automatically farm the treasure category, but Lord help us, it will be the most complicated and inefficient designs. That it will be so complicated and so inefficient that it will be unreasonable to do. So if you then look at what's left after we get rid of those bows and enchanted books, you've got the fish, which makes sense. So yeah, raw salmon strong, but it's not much stronger than just farming some wheat and breeding some cows, right? And some people don't like to AFK, some people don't have the ability to AFK, so fishing farms are only strong for people that can AFK. So it's not super strong here. And then what else? You get like, these fishing rods can't be enchanted. Yeah, you can see here are always significantly damaged and always unenchanted. So you're not even going to be able to get your mending fishing rods from this anymore. It's fishing farms, the long fishing farms are going to be very, very late game things. And at that point, for the very, very late game, what are you getting? You're getting some fish, and then bowls, rods, leather boots, flesh, sticks, string, water bottles, bones, ink sacks, and tripwire hooks. Nah, post nerf, I think they'll be perfectly balanced. To answer Paralyzer's question, I think that they will be strong in the areas, in the niches where they should be strong, but they will not be so game-breakingly strong that I can tell somebody who's asking for hardcore advice, they won't be so strong that I can tell him, build a fishing farm and that's it. Because if I can say that, if I can say, do one thing, and that will be all you need to do for your entire world, obviously that's too strong. What do you think about Netherite? Dude, I have some theories on Netherite. I should turn this into a YouTube video because I am so confident I'm so confident about this. Okay, so I'm gonna lay it on you. I'm gonna lay it. What about villagers? 1 emerald for anything you want is a little bit broken? Okay, I'm gonna answer that question first. Villagers are strong. 1 emerald for anything that they can offer is broken. To get to the broken state, though, you must have a large supply of gold, potion making, and a lot of time. So specifically, you need to convert them into zombies and then convert them back into villagers multiple times. So zombie, villager, zombie, villager, zombie, villager. Over and over and over in order to get their trades to be, I'm 1 emerald per diamond boots, right? That's absolutely ridiculous. What I think should happen is I think that there should be a limit to it's such a complicated problem to solve, because you could say something like they only reduce their cost once. Well, then everybody's just gonna convert their zombie or their villagers once, right? So then we're still, it would nerf it a little bit, but then you're basically mandating that everybody convert their villagers once. Okay, so then what could you do? You could say only villagers that spawned as zombie villagers can get the trade cost reduction. But then everybody would just say, okay, well, I'm just gonna farm, I'm gonna build a zombie villager farm that separates regular zombies from zombie villagers, so that way I can convert the zombie villagers. And so that's not really a solution either. Honest, and I mean, I agree with you, Paralyzer. I don't think that the trades themselves are outright broken. Because if we look at this, even the cheapest trade here, which was originally 16 emeralds, 16 emeralds would have been 4 times 16 iron. So that's 64 iron to get diamond boots. To get these diamond boots, right? And you'd be gated by a couple of days worth of effort because of how the trade limitations work. Well, you might not be gated by a couple of days of effort because he could just use his workstation. You could trade with him midday while he's at work, and then he would quickly refresh his trade. But still, it wouldn't be, so you're now talking 64 iron to get 4 diamonds with that ratio, and that was the cheapest ratio that was originally offered. I think that's fair. I mean, yeah, you can get iron completely automatically, in which case the 64 iron is kind of irrelevant, but still, it would be enough of a hurdle that it justifies the thing. It makes sense at that ratio. I mean, even more, like 31 emeralds, so then you're taking 31 times 4, which should be, round about 2 stacks, just shy of 2 stacks. So 2 stacks of iron for diamond leggings as the most expensive the most expensive trade, that also seems very fair. So, I agree. I think that zombifying villagers to reduce their trades is too effective, especially because you can do it multiple times. I think that zombifying villagers should outright be removed from the game. Just no replacement, just remove it. Additionally, I think that Hero of the Village should be removed from the game as well. You could replace that with some sort of aesthetic change, like maybe the villagers all throw poppies at the player. I think that would be kind of neat. Imagine if you go walking through a village after you save, while you have the Hero of the Village effect, and all of the villagers walk up to you and start showering you with poppies. That would be kind of neat. But I don't think that there should be any trade cost reduction because these things are already too easy. If you then make it even easier with the trade cost reduction, it's just broken. Make it take notch apples to cure them. Notch apples can't be crafted anymore. You can only find notch apples if you're lucky. Did you mention that this Cure Zombify only works on hard difficulty? I haven't, but because, okay, so he's right. It only works on hard difficulties. Well, it does work on the easier difficulties, just at lower success rates. Because what? On normal, it's a 50% chance to just die versus a 50% chance to convert to a zombie. So yes, but still, that also is kind of odd. That's another very odd game mechanic. Like, certain things are easier on harder difficulties. It's a little bizarre, right? Skeletons drop awesome bows only if the player is responsible for killing them. So out of my skeleton experience grinder, I could still farm bows. I could still get this bow from my skeleton experience grinder. I'm just opting not to, because at the same time that you have to do that, you'd have to filter out all of the other armor. And like, I don't think that you can filter bows from armor through armor stands. I'm pretty sure armor stands equip bows the same way that they equip armor. So you can't use an armor stand filter to get rid of the armor versus the bow. Wait, where is the netherite theory? Okay, so here's my netherite theory. And let me catch up in chat. Yeah, what I've done to get those diamond boots is broken. Obviously, 1 emerald per a diamond boot, which is, you know, I can sell literally one. Hang on. This is why the system is broken. This is why it needs a change. Watch this. Chat room, I just traded one cod for some diamond boots. That's why the system is broken. Like, that's way too strong. 1 cod for diamond boots. Did you miss it? Did it happen too quick? Hang on, we can do it again. Hang on. 1 cod for 1 emerald. 1 emerald for diamond boots. You still had to set it all up though? It wasn't that hard. I mean, fair. I mean, it's you have to build the villager breeder, you need to get potions, you need to have a good supply of sugar, spider eyes, and brown mushrooms. You need to have some number of blaze rods or blaze powder to be able to brew the potions. You then have to have a villager. You then take the villager out of your villager breeder, run it into a zombie to convert it to a zombie villager, cleanse it, convert it, cleanse, convert a couple of times. You need to manipulate its trades with blast furnaces or with its workbench, I guess would be a better way of saying that. You need to manipulate its trades using its workbench, and then after all of that, can you do what I just did? Are you in the latest snapshot? No, I'm in 1.15 too. Honestly, diamonds are easy enough to get that the cost isn't too high. Yes. But also no. That's just way too easy still. I mean, if you're talking about it being an endgame mode, that's still too easy. 1 COD per diamond boots is wild. A full stack of iron, hey, that makes sense to me. Because if you're in the end game, then boom, you've got an iron golem farm. And then being able to convert 64 iron into some diamond boots, that seems very reasonable. What are your thoughts on the Nether update? I think that the Nether update is really great. Okay, so I've got some wild theories, right? I've got some, I'm gonna level with you, chat room. So here's my wild theory. And if you want more opinions about the Nether, I'll come back to it. So the wild theory is this. Within, I don't want to put a time limit on it because you guys are going to hold me to that time limit. Within a reasonable development cycle, we will be getting a fourth dimension added to Minecraft. This fourth dimension will be a heavenly dimension. It's still going to be hostile, make no mistake, but it will be some sort of in the air, sky themed, maybe like airships and stuff like that. It will be some sort of sky or heaven themed fourth dimension to mirror the hell dimension that is the Nether. That is my wild theory. And here's why. I would take my entire 401k and bet on this belief. Okay? That's how much I believe this. I would take my entire 401k and bet on this. Okay. So here we go. Here's the reasons why I believe this thing. First, years ago, and I can find the tweet if you want, or maybe it wasn't a tweet, maybe it was a blog post. It doesn't matter. Years ago, Jeb and Dinnerbone put out a statement that said something like, "We will not be adding any new dimensions until the Nether and the End are updated." Again, we will not add any new dimensions until the Nether and the End are updated. Guess what happened, chat room? They got updated. And Kirch is like, hell yeah, brother, because he just subscribed. He's on board and he hasn't even heard the best points yet. The Aether mod. Oh, you're getting ahead of me now. Don't you worry. Okay, so that's the first thing. So we know the mentality of Mojang is they are not against adding a new dimension. They just wanted to finish some other things first. They're open to it, but they need to do some other stuff first. The other things are now done. Okay, so that's our first point. The second point is, and I'm gonna save the biggest one for last. The second point is hidden inside of the netherite armor itself. The netherite armor, okay, first, diamond armor is already so ridiculously powerful. Why would they ever need to add a new tier of armor? Why would you need to be even more defensive than you can already be with full diamond armor? Full diamond armor is so strong that you can literally swim in lava indefinitely for as long as your armor durability holds up. You can swim in lava indefinitely on the hardest difficulty with absolutely no fear, to the point that you can do it as a meme. If this is how strong the existing armor is, why do we need a new tier of armor? It would completely blow out the game curve and completely overpower the player even more than they already are. game theory states that when you add a new level of item for the player, you need to add a new, am I stressing you out? Hang on, let me make sure that my armor, oh dude, we're good for a while yet. Game theory states that whenever you make the player more powerful, you need to then introduce more powerful opponents or challenges for the player to overcome. We're getting new armor. We are more powerful. Where's the new challenge? Additionally, the netherite armor has a secret effect that nobody's really talking about that I think is very indicative of some sort of heavenly dimension, some sort of sky dimension. Do you have fire protection on? Nope, just regular protection armor. And I can do this even without the resistance regen beacon. I've done it before. It's just, that's why this is literally why I have this lava here. So there's another mechanic. So we've all seen the netherite armor doesn't burn in fire. We've all seen it. But there's another mechanic. Netherite armor has knockback resistance. Thematically, wouldn't the netherite armor be perfectly fine in a perfectly complete set of armor with just being slightly stronger with fire resistance? Isn't that all it needs thematically? Why include the knockback resistance? That's further increasing the power of the player. And it seems like a niche thing to add. Like, why? Unless you're planning on doing something, creating some sort of challenge or difficulty where getting knocked back could spell certain death. Maybe off of the edge of a floating island? Oh, that makes sense. Okay, well, Mojang has a history of pulling ideas from popular add-ons and popular mods. This is true. Most of the big game mechanics have in some way been mods before they were added to Minecraft proper. So we can kind of look to popular mainstream mods to see where Mojang might be pulling their inspiration from. Well, actually, I need to take a step back. So now we've highlighted that we're too powerful, that we need a new dimension, that we need a new challenge. I'll say that we will be too powerful and we need a new challenge. Mojang has also stated that they needed to add a new dimension. So let's talk about the things that this new challenge must be. So, it cannot be something that can happen in the overworld. Think about like the Wither boss. To get to the Wither boss, you have to go to the Nether, farm Wither skeletons to get their skulls, and then combine their skulls with some soul sand to make the Wither boss. You can't just stumble into that very difficult challenge. You have to seek it out. Think about the Nether Dragon or the End Dragon. You cannot just stumble into the End Dragon. You cannot just stumble into a ocean monument. So this new challenge needs to be, positioned in a way that you can seek it out if you're in the end game, but a new player can't accidentally stumble across it and get themselves killed. Imagine if you're a new player and the Ender Dragon just roamed the overworld. Dude, you would just see the dragon and die. as a new player. Even if you're a veteran player, if you accidentally came across the End Dragon before you were at that level of the game, you would just die. So this new challenge, this new difficulty needs to be gated somehow behind the late game. It needs to be somehow gated behind the point where you could get netherite armor. You don't want somebody in leather or iron armor stumbling into this new challenge, right? Well, what would that entail? What would be the easiest way to introduce this new challenge? A new dimension. A new dimension. I mean, that's obvious. So, and then you put that into context with Mojang saying that they don't want to add a new dimension until the current dimensions get updated. Well, that happened, so we're perfectly positioned for a new dimension. They added a new armor, which dictates that they add, game theory dictates that they add some sort of new challenge or difficulty to go along with that new armor. The perfect thing that you would do for that is have some sort of island sky dimension to perfectly capitalize on it, which would be inside of a new dimension. And lastly, and the most damning piece of evidence, the most popular, this dimension already exists. It already exists in a mod called the Aether. The Aether mod. AETHER. And this mod is exactly what we were describing. It is a sky heaven dimension where you create a glowstone nether portal, and then you fly about this new sky dimension. Mojang has a history of pulling from popular mods. Huh. So do you think that Mojang would pull from this? Well, guess what? They hired the guy that made it. Come January 2020, the dude that made the exact dimension that we've just highlighted all of the skeletal structure existing for, the dude that made it was hired by Mojang in 2020. The past 10 years of my life dedicating to embracing game development, working on mods like the Aether. So that's it. I'd put my entire life savings that within a reasonable development time, we will get, it won't be the Aether. It's probably going to be called something else. It could be the Aether. I mean, they have the guy that made the Aether mod, so like he could just give them the rights to the name the Aether, right? And then you have the Nether, the Aether, and the End. Maybe that's too close. Maybe they still rename it, but still. And there, I mean, there it is. So. For those reasons, I believe, I mean, I don't even think that it's even up for debate. They hired the dude. They put in the most broken, powerful set of armor with no difficulty curve to challenge it. And at the same time that they're putting in this most broken set of armor, they completed a requirement that they had given themselves in the past before they will add a new dimension. at the same time that they're adding the broken armor, at the same time that they meet their own requirements, they hire the dude that made the most popular Dimension mod ever. Or I don't want to mischaracterize because maybe there are some more popular Dimension mods, but one of the most popular. I can say that. It is one of the most popular Dimension mods. So boom, right there. That's it. All of those things happened at the exact same time. Tell me they're not making a new dimension. Tell me that they're not. The original 2 dimensions in the game were supposed to be heaven and hell as well, but they made the end instead of a heaven-like dimension. I mean, that's true. I still think that the end has some sort of, it fits. It kind of feels like purgatory almost inside of this like pseudo-religious kind of I don't know, thematic that they're running with. How old am I? I'm 29. I turn 30 in a month. In a month, chat room. I need some more Podzol. Backseat Gaming, press F5. Lol. I need more Podzol. Any ideas what the reward would be for the new dimension? That's a cool question. That's something I haven't considered. So I think that we can look back to the Aether mod in part. There's definitely going to be new mobs. Think about the new mobs that you find inside of the end. Think about the mobs that you find in the Nether. There's definitely going to be some sort of new mob, right? The Aether mod had flying pigs and flying rabbits, which were really cool. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that. They also had giant flying whales that were just a passive mob that just flew around. It was actually sick. I'm thinking. There's obviously going to be a ton of new aesthetic blocks. Almost everything in this new dimension is going to be new blocks. I bet that there's like different biomes I bet there's still dirt and grass. And I bet they just use the biome recoloring, so you can see how this grass here is kind of like a pale green, this one's kind of a blue green, and this one's kind of a vibrant green. And then if we come over here into forests, or excuse me, not forests, but jungles, we can see that the green becomes a very rich, vibrant green. I bet that they use that sort of biome color in order to make the Aether kind of like a bluish yellow tint. I would hope that they would put in some new bosses. So the Aether was really cool because it had several unique and interesting new bosses. I think that would make... I like Minecraft's combat, but I wish Minecraft had more bosses similar to Terraria. I wish that there were 20 bosses in Minecraft. We have 4, I would argue. I would say that we have 4 bosses right now. You've got the End Dragon, you've got the Wither boss, you have the Elder Guardian. And does anybody know what I'm referring to for the 4th boss? It's something that you might not think of. What What do you think the fourth boss fight that I'm referring to is? A baby zombie. Yeah, you got it. Evokers and raids. Yep, you got it. That's what it is. That would be the last boss fight. Yep. So I would say that, I mean, obviously, the first 3 are true proper bosses, right? They get big health bars, they get blah, blah, blah. Raids are more like a wave event. Raids are waves. And it's more of like I can't think of the word. What is it called whenever it's like a long stress test? God, I can't think of the word. Anyway, Elder Guardians don't have health bars. I mean, okay, sure. Being a little pedantic, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. Sure, they don't have health bars, but Elder Guardians are still proper boss fights. Moving through an ocean monument is still a proper encounter. You are literally going through the equivalent of a boss's lair, finding the boss inside of his lair, and killing him. Endurance, that's what I was looking for. It's an endurance challenge. Yes, that's what a raid is. So I hope that we would see more interesting and new mechanics. There are, I mean, some of the boss fights from the Aether were really cool and perfectly thematic for Minecraft. The Evoker needs to be more powerful? Do they though? Do they though? Okay, so at this point, we now have the spacing, right? The only thing that's a little bit awkward is I can't open this chest now, but I don't think that matters. We also need to get... I think that this is wrong. Oh, this gets so weird. So I need to get... How many rants have I missed? Like 4. What are you doing in Minecraft? Trying to finish my brown and red mushroom farm that also has bulk storage and item overflow detection to convert the brown mushrooms into bone meal, so that way we can also add that into our bone meal supply. So it's like 3 things in once I'm trying to do simultaneously. How many hours do you have in the world? It's such a... I need to lose it. I wish that these were like alphabetical something. $23.88 days. I can't stand Jump Boost 2. I can't stand it. It makes me feel like I'm bouncing on the moon. They're alphabetical in 116. Awesome. How's it going, Space Lamp? 574 hours? Sick. What are your thoughts about the Nether update? Okay, cool. Thank you, Tiger. You're wonderful. I think that everything that they needed to do for the Nether, they've done. With the exception of, I think that the Netherite armor is too strong. But, if I'm right in that the Netherite armor is a precursor to a new dimension, then it's okay. If Netherite armor is not the precursor to a new dimension, it's way too strong and it shouldn't be added to the game, and it's really bad game design. if the netherite armor is the precursor to a new dimension, then it's awesome. And there is no in between. Everything else that they've added to the end, I've been talking about this as it's happened, so you can actually go back and look through my VODs and catch some of these earlier rants. Some of the things that I was saying, they've done. I was like, they need to add a new biome, like a quarry or something like that, where you can, inside of this biome, get either gold ore or iron ore. I was saying that like 3 months ago. And then you know what they added? They added that like basalt structure thing where you can get like nether gold. I called that almost perfectly. I called that almost exactly 1 for 1. Adding all of the new mobs is great. Adding the ability to throw gold to the piglins in order to get drops back is really cool. I think that adds a really neat element or dimension to the game. I think that the new Hoglin as a pseudo passive mob are really cool. A automatic way of farming out pork chop, aka one of the best food in the game, tied for the best food. Probably it's the best food in softcore. It's the second best food in hardcore. Anyway, but being able to auto farm the best foods I think is interesting given how difficult it'll be. I think that's perfectly fine. The new biomes I think are really interesting. Adding wood to the nether I think was awesome and something that definitely needed to be done. So normally whenever we go into the nether now, you are basically bottlenecked. You are limited by, you can't renew your weaponry. You can't renew your armor. You can't renew like your tools. You can't get stone. You run out. And then you're just like, well, I guess that's it for today. And that's not really a fun mechanic. So they've introduced all of those things that you need to stay in the nether for even longer. But they netherfied them. So they added food to the nether. So now you can stay in the nether for longer. They added wood to the nether. They added stone to the nether. They added gold to the nether. Now you can craft your armor and weaponry and some armor, weaponry, tools, weaponry, and some armor inside of the nether. That's good. You can then trade with the locals of the nether by farming gold and then throwing gold at them to even further your resources while you're in the nether. All of this is good. The longer you can stay in the nether, the better it is. And every single thing that I was saying that they needed to add in order to keep the player into the nether for longer, they did. They were perfectly in line with, they were in line with me, I was in line with them. I don't care what you want to call it, but we were, Mojang and I were in perfect agreement. The only thing that I will say that I wish that they did inside the nether is I wish they made potions better. And not better in the, wow, look at you. You're all decked out from your head to your toes. I wish that they made potions better. Potions are plenty strong as is, once you use a fire resistance potion, a regen potion, a splash potion of healing, a blah, 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 blah. Those are all plenty strong. The problem is they don't stack. So, I think that they should have made potions stack as well. when you make potions stack, the player needs to get into the nether to farm nether wart. Yeah, he just dies. The player needs to get into the nether to farm nether wart in order to use these more convenient potions. They're not explicitly stronger, but they would be stronger because they would be more convenient. A new boss fight would be nice. Yeah, I could go for a new boss fight inside the nether, but I don't think that that's necessary. I think that the nether is enough of a challenge on its own to allow it to exist as is. So I can loop all the way around the back into this guy. Is there anything explicitly stopping me from... So overall, very happy. 9 out of 10. To make it a 10 out of 10, I would say that they need to announce a new dimension to justify the overpoweredness of the netherite armor. They need to announce the new dimension so that way the netherite armor doesn't blow out the power curve. And then I would have liked for them to have made potions stack to 4, to make potions stack to 8, something small. I still don't understand how netherite is overpowered. See, I struggle, Kelly, because sometimes you feel needlessly confrontational. So netherite is overpowered because it has a higher armor toughness. The threshold that damage needs to deal to the player in order to actually inflict damage is higher. Therefore, the amount of damage that the player takes, especially in conjunction with the expected protection armors, is going to be so freaking infinitesimally small that there will be no amount of damage that the player could take that would put them at risk. I don't understand why that's a difficult concept to understand. An actual difficult boss fight in this game would be nice. Sometimes the game feels too easy on the hardest difficulty. What are your thoughts on RTX? It's just a pretty shader. We've had shaders in Java for forever. I think Bedrock has had shaders for forever. So like, it's pretty. It's nice. It's a marketing gimmick. I would say stack it to 3. I would have been fine with that. I don't care. Balance however many stacks or how high that stack should go. Because think, if you could just sit there and spam, splash potions of harming 2 at somebody, that would be way too strong. If you're just like, right? As we've all done inside of creative, that's way too strong. But only getting to throw, literally going, throw, inventory, throw, inventory, throw, inventory, throw, inventory, throw, inventory. I didn't even inventory that time. But like, that's not a fun game mechanic. That's not IDK. It's not easy to get though, and I'm not trying to be confrontational. I'm just trying to understand your viewpoint. It doesn't matter how easy or hard it is to get. Minecraft is a game that's like all about building and farming and manipulating the world. within very little time. I mean, look at any RPG. Look at World of Warcraft. Look at any single player RPG. If you could just spend 2 or 3 hours going through a specific dimension with very little risk underground, especially if you can insta-mine all the blocks, and then after you do that for a relatively small period of time, again, my world has 500 hours in it. Once you do that for a relatively small period of time, nothing will be able to challenge you ever again. I don't care how many hours it takes for you to get to that point. If you can type IDDQD after, 10 hours of work, then like, I put in my 500 hours, time to open to LAN and turn it into creative. Like, that's what netherite armor does. Oh, I put in the hours, time to turn it into creative mode. That's not, what? How is that not broken? It doesn't even really matter. I'm not even gonna argue the number of hours. I don't care about that. It doesn't matter how many hours you are. If at some point in your game, you can just type IDDQD, which is showing how old I am. That's the cheat code for Doom the original game. Not like Doom 2000, whatever, Bethesda. I'm talking ID Works. There was a cheat code called IDDQD, which actually put you in God mode. You were impossible to kill. You had 100 health 100% of the time. Nothing could hurt you, nothing could do anything to you. You couldn't fly, you couldn't move through the world in any special way, but you were actually immortal, completely invulnerable. If you're telling me that there's something that you could do inside of this game and eventually just turn on IDDQD, I don't care how much time it is, invulnerability mode, that's not too strong? Absolutely not. It doesn't even matter how many hours you put at it. What do you think about your mob farm inside of a slime chunk? Ooh, that's a difficult challenge. You definitely need on-off switches for both of them. So you need water to flood the slime farm, and depending on the type of mob farm that you build, you need some way of shutting off your darkroom mob farm as well. They're not really happy being built next to each other. I just noticed the 400 subs. Dude, PogChamp is right. Minecraft Combat is such a boring slog fest. The winner is decided by who runs out of food first. I mean, I disagree with it being boring. I like how slow it is. And I actually don't think it's even that slow because in order to do good at combat, you need to be doing your jump attacks to then land crit damage. On the swing timer as well. So you need to hit that bump, bump. And the swing timer and the jump timer are slightly different than each other. So I think that the high-end combat is really fast-paced. But yes, it is still largely determined by who runs out of food first, which is to show how much survival the player already has. Having even more survival would be way too much. Minecraft isn't an RPG? Yes, it is. What? It's a sandbox RPG. What are you on about? You eat, you wear armor, you gather powerful items, you explore a world, you defeat monsters. What? It's a sandbox RPG. And yes, it's not freaking Dragon Age. The logical disconnects that I think that this, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean here. Hang on, I need to take a beat. Because it just feels like you're making a lot of assumptions that are based on like super personal biases that aren't representative of what the game actually is. So there are multiple types of RPG, sure. Minecraft is not the same type of RPG as World of Warcraft. That one's an MMORPG. It's not the same type of RPG as Diablo 3. That's an action RPG. It's not the same type of RPG as Skyrim. That is a traditional RPG. Minecraft is a sandbox RPG, as noted by the armor, the power curve, the health, the food, the adventure, the monsters, the bosses. If it were just a sandbox game, then it would not have a survival mode. Survival mode is inherently a role-playing game element. Full stop, no other. I completely disagree with your premise. Like, you really haven't had the threat of death for ages in this world? I literally had the threat of death 2 streams ago. Occasionally there will be something off the wall like a drown with a trident, but you haven't really been threatened at all effectively, and have infinite resources, effectively creative. Yes, exactly! Self-aware evolves! Yes, it's already too strong! Don't make it stronger! I'm saying that villagers should be nerfed! I'm saying that netherite is too strong! It's too strong! Make it weaker! What? You're so close! What do you think about keep inventory players? I mean, the game's already too easy. However, everybody is free to mod the game however they would like. The base game should be a very clean packaged deal. It should be a complete product beginning to end that is perfectly suited along the entire power curve. So if somebody wants to change that power curves for themselves, who am I to say? Who am I to judge? So they can go for it. It doesn't bother me at all. It's like people, I have some friends who play, I'm gonna use air quotes here, who play survival, but frequently jump back and forth between survival and creative because they want to do certain things or create certain elements in creative. I mean, it's not an MMO RPG. It is a single player sandbox RPG. So if that's how they want to experience the game, it doesn't have any outright effect on me. So like there's no issue, there's no problem there. Most RPGs these days have gone to the too strong thing. This is why I quit WoW. Mythic 20s and Mythic Nyalotha would like to have your address. I play on a server where you pretty much have to use keep inventory. I mean, again, the specific anything that's community based, I think is perfectly fine. But the overall balance of the game should not be rebalanced based on how the community of the sub-community creations, I don't know what to call those, the secondary community market. You should not balance the game based on the secondary market. There it is. I need to figure out how to get that hopper still into that dropper. We could just lose the mushroom here. It hurts the rates. Okay, that's the thing. It isn't something that they do thinking a lot about the power curve. How do you know that? That's a wild assumption. They think about it, sure, but mostly, who's they? It isn't something that they... Because I thought that you were referring to Mojang in your first sentence, but then you say... But that's the thing. It isn't something that they... Okay, I thought because your they was a conditional, and you floated between what seemed to be Mojang and players inside of the same paragraph. So that's the thing. It isn't something that Mojang really thinks about, referring to the power curve. Mojang thinks about it for sure, but mostly it's another way to play the game that Mojang is adding in. Some people play with no diamonds, some people will play without netherite. It's just a new way to experience the game. No, God, no. Okay. Let me try to rephrase this for the millionth time, because it seems like you're listening to me to respond and not listening to understand. Okay. So try to understand here. Yes, some people, I agree, some people do play with self-imposed limitations. I know some people that don't play with farms, that don't build fishing farms, that don't build AFK farms, that don't, none of it. Yes. People play with self-imposed limitations for sure. I agree. However, when you play the full 100% experience of the game, you should not become God mode. You should still be powerful. You should still have a well-rounded experience. You should... hang on. Not well-rounded. I'm getting ahead of myself. You should still be powerful. You should still reap the rewards for the time that you've put in. But you should not become unkillable. You should not become God mode. It should be a well-rounded experience. There is clearly a line. Okay, so we will use this line to emphasize my point. Imagine you were given a full set of diamond armor when you started the game. Would people have more or less fun with that variant? You could say that some would have more fun, but the vast majority of people would have less fun. If the risk of death was already low and you drop it even lower. Hang on, let me get my thoughts in complete order here. if you start the game, if you have someone start the game with full diamond armor, they would probably have a lesser experience. If you have that person have infinite food, they would probably have a lesser experience. If you have the player if you give the player any amount of overwhelmingly powerful abilities, that once the player obtains those overwhelming powerful abilities, they will have a lesser experience. The new armor is so strong that once it is obtained, and I don't give a shit, I'm just gonna call it, some people aren't gonna fucking pick it up, of course. But the vast majority of players are going to see this as the new end goal. How many people do you really think skip diamond armor? And that's already strong. You're arguing such a niche point. This will be the new end goal, and once people get there, it will trivialize the game. That is not good for the overall longevity, for the overall health of the game. If you make a new end goal, which makes you effectively immortal, then you will be negatively impacting the experience of anyone who ever gets there. And if you want to argue that some people will skip it, cool. Those some people will be the minority. And they will only skip it after they've obtained it themselves legitimately. So what you're talking about is not the end game that's happening in a month from now. What you're talking about is a self-imposed challenge based on your opinions that might happen several years from now. That is a wild set of assumptions that you're making. And for those reasons, it is too strong as it exists inside of Minecraft today. I don't understand why that's a difficult concept. If you can obtain it and it effectively turns you immortal, then it's too strong. What? But if they're adding a new realm, then that would be a necessary upgrade. But he's not arguing that, Eyebrows. He's saying, well, he's literally pushing his glasses up on his nose and he goes, I'm not gonna get it, therefore it's not too strong. I mean, it's power creep. This is a problem of games. And I don't know, dude. Because, like, again, the different strokes for different folks argument, I understand that you're trying to diffuse the situation, and I do appreciate that. I see what you're doing. But it's not that simple. You're looking at it as if you are an individual player, and you're not looking at it as if Minecraft or Mojang is a game development studio that is updating a 10-year-old game. You do not keep a 10-year-old game relevant while blowing out power curves and ruining the experience from people who are trying to experience the end game. That is not how you breathe life into your game. That is not how you make it a cultural mainstay. My point is not that the individual player can experience it however they choose. Obviously they can. Obviously they can. My point is it shouldn't be added to the game in the first place because it will be so detrimental to the power curve that it will negatively affect the people that try to experience that aspect of the game to the point that we risk losing player base. And if we risk losing player base, then the game dies. I think your premise that will ruin the experience is a It doesn't matter how late game it is. That's the strangest argument ever. It doesn't matter when you get to turn on God mode. If you can ever turn on God mode, then it's too strong. Oh, fuck. What? I am holding an item. What are you talking about? I'll wait for your apology. It's not that it's the weakest mob in the game. It's that the armor... It's this that's the issue. It's the armor toughness is too high. the threshold. Look at how often we actually take damage. And you're saying that I'm using the weakest mob in the game? This is the point, though. There's not... Stuff doesn't hit that hard in this video game. So what, you want me to go use a Wither boss? Like... This is the whole point, because this is what 90% of Minecraft is. So the netherite armor is way too strong, given what 90% of the game entails. Fly, please. Would you nerf iron and diamond armor to make netherite more reasonable? I mean, diamond is perfectly strong as it is. There's no reason to have any armor above nether or above diamond. That's my whole point. Moreover, if you're saying that end cities and piglin bastions, hoglins and zoglins and withers are the new end game, and that you simply need armor in order to fight them, that makes it the exact same thing that we're currently experiencing with fishing farms. You can one trick a fishing farm to move all the way to the late game. So you're saying that in order to go through the what you consider the very end game, you only need armor? That one tricks it. Wouldn't it be a better, more suited, rounded, wholesome game? Not wholesome in the sense of like loving, like Stardew Valley is, but wouldn't it be a better, more complete product if you had to use multiple different strategies and tactics to be successful at moving through those places? I'm not strawmanning you. Plus diamonds are like peanut butter and jelly. But this armor is so strong that it is all you need. This is the point. It's not a straw man. This is all you need. You could go into these new places with a basic food and a rudimentary tool set like iron, and you would be just fine. I am not misrepresenting you, I am representing Minecraft. Do it. Well, our armor's breaking. rudimentary tools, leather and sticks. This new generation is really cool, though. Use locate? Oh, dude, I totally forgot about that. Where would we have approached from? I think if we approach from this way, it's too easy because we just get to... then again... Whereas if we approach from this way... we have to bridge a little bit. But then again, we just get to punch right in. Can you destroy basalt with iron? Is the only question. I don't know the answer to that. I would assume so. I assume that it's a cobblestone. Okay, so then it's fine. So we're going to... You can mine it with wood? Aye. So what's our goal here? I don't actually know anything about them. Is there an end room? For the sake of I'm giving my sword unbreaking because I don't feel like dealing with my iron sword breaking while we do this. What's the end room? There's a chest and loot and such. I'm also intentionally not healing in the middle of combat. I'm only healing in the resets. I also haven't been too particularly careful about not getting hit. But it doesn't matter because we literally take next to no damage. Lag felt bad. Normally I would be scared, but I literally have God armor. I'm giving up. I'm not even jump attacking anymore. This is the first time that I've ate mid-combat. Huh. I still haven't used my bow. Is this the new end game? Is this the hard challenge that you said that Netherite was necessary for? This is why it's too strong. I don't know of any other, I don't know where else to go in here, to be honest. It's too strong.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow
Overconfidence.
and insidious killer.
Just casually, I don't know, man. I don't know what you want. Like, I'm not even too particularly worried about getting knocked in lava. This should be even easier. It should be roughly comparable. That's a little bit worse. I mean, even then, dude. I get knocked in lava and I get a full, I don't know, 30 seconds there. And I did all of this. I never used the shield. We don't even need the shield. I did all of this with unenchanted, you know, with just the exception of unbreaking, just because I didn't want it to break. Unenchanted iron tools and a moderate food. It's not the best. I didn't give myself golden carrots. I didn't give myself steak or pork chops. Cooked salmon, a middle tier food. This game is not difficult. Or, well, rather, it's not... Mobs don't hit hard enough to justify the power curve that's introduced by the netherite armor. With the exception, asterisk, if there's a new dimension, then it's fine, probably. But we're talking about it in a bubble as it exists today. And in a bubble as it exists today, it's too strong. They shouldn't nerf the armor, but rather rebalance the mobs. I don't think that you can do that either, because mobs hit plenty hard when you're naked. You can get two-shot by these guys if you're naked. So it's not, I disagree that it's lol. Only in a self-imposed challenge do I actually even have to play mildly defensive. And right there, I got overconfident. This might be the end. Like, I'm intentionally trying to make this as hard as I can for myself. It's too strong. I don't understand. I never said it was necessary. I was saying that's where... I mean, you're retconning your argument. Because you told me, you literally went, do it, Nims. And now that I've done it, and I've proved that it is too strong, you're changing your argument. It's too strong. You told me that I'm using it against the weakest mob in the game. Now I'm using it against the current end game as you yourself described. Again, you misrepresent my argument. That's where we can scroll up in chat. And this only gets more broken whenever you add in the other correct things that you should be doing at the same time. Like, you shouldn't be bridging in the nether without a fire resistance potion. If you're in an area like this, you probably bring better than a regular unenchanted iron sword. But too strong is pretty relative. Hard and local difficulty. Hang on. Hard and local difficulty have a pretty good input to how these things actually play out. I will concede that this test has shown that it is overpowered on normal mode with no difficulty build-up. It's also up to the individual player. Playing the game, you keep falling back on your statement that it's up to the individual. But that's not at all the thing that I'm discussing here. You're so in your own mind of your own argument that you're not looking at it from my perspective. I'm looking at this from the perspective of a game development studio. You're saying, in the bubble of both of our arguments coming together to try to understand each other, I'm saying that it's too strong. And it sounds to me like you're saying, yeah, it might be too strong, but everybody can play it at their own pace. While that is an argument, and yes, anybody could play any game in any way that they want, you have to look at the game as it exists as a completed project. And this armor is too strong for the project, for the complete package that is Minecraft. I could play City Skylines however I want, but if all I needed to do was build one power plant, and that's the only power plant I ever needed to build, that power plant is too strong. Yes, I could choose not to build it, but that doesn't change the fact that it's too strong. In a World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy, yeah, there could be armors that you get that make your character impossible to kill or do too much damage. Yes, I could choose not to get those armors or so that way I'm not too strong or that way I don't do too much damage or I'm not too strong. But that doesn't change the fact that they are too powerful. Of course you could add the conditional onto any statement that you ever make from now to the history of time, saying that I could choose not to. But that doesn't stop it from being too strong. Okay, so City Skylines. Now who's straw manning who now? An imperfect metaphor that you're going to attack me on. Sure. I'll run with it. City Skylines has late game monuments in which once you build them, they do trivialize aspects of the game. Yes. What happens right after you build those monuments? You get bored because the game is over. It's done. There's nothing else to do, to accomplish, to seek out, to experience. And what happens? You shut it off. Is that the goal here for Minecraft? Is to put a nice little ribbon on the end of it so that way you can say, there you go, you're done, uninstall. Because the number of times that I've uninstalled City Skylines is dozens. The number of times that I've uninstalled Minecraft, never. And I don't even agree with this metaphor, but sure, there's my response. The armor is very strong against mobs, but it's too strong against other players. I mean, yes. What's the next late game thing? Do I still have durability? I do. Can I change dimension? Oh, nice video game. Doesn't matter. Have broken armor. I don't understand. I legit do not understand how you can say this armor is anything as overwhelmingly powerful. Didn't even take any damage, didn't even need to eat. I have no idea where the last raider is, though. And again, the argument here is that it's so overwhelmingly powerful that it breaks power curves of the game. I should not be able to do the things that I am doing with absolutely no preparation, with a mid-tier food at best, 0 enchanted items. It's only got unbreaking so that way it doesn't break mid-fight. And I don't know where this last guy is. Oh, he must have died. I agree. The only thing that Netherite should change is maybe a little bit more durability and maybe the knockback resistance. The armor toughness is way too strong. I would be perfectly fine if Netherite existed and all it did was added if all it did was add knockback resistance and more durability and like the fireproof aspect, of course. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Well, we might have a new problem. An Iron Golem might be mad at us. just jumped. I can't kill this witch. And it's causing me problems because I can't kill this witch. I can't get the, these guys, I can't get them to not have the regen effect. There we go. I don't know if a basic bow can kill this guy through regen. Sick. I need to new armor this. Hang on. What's the easiest way of doing this? Probably getting unbreaking and mending on all of it. There we go. Okay. No thorns, just protection, and then don't break mid-fight. My argument is that this armor, at its strongest, is enough to carry you through all of the mechanics, or all of the game modes that you could reasonably experience. That's a problem. There's another one. There's another one. Look at him go. I don't really even have to pay attention to the stuff that's behind me. And that did work. We're now getting more than enough experience to keep it going. Witches are pretty tough enemies. I mean, it's not that the witches are particularly difficult. It's that, they just have regen. Okay, sure. I don't know where the witch went. Well, I could just stand here, but that wouldn't be a very fair representation, would it? I mean, this is a good example of how much damage they do. Eventually the armor will break, though, because I'm not repairing it. I want to find that witch. I need to find her. And again, this is regular bow, completely unenchanted, regular sword, with only unbreaking so that way it doesn't break mid-fight. Sure, we're gonna go into nighttime. Why not? I don't know where the last two are, though. What's the command to highlight hostile mobs? Or like to highlight certain mobs? Well, I just saw them. We're good. There's the Iron Golem. Wait, he was literally just right here. Did he like fall down a hole? Just ring the bell. Ringing the bell only highlights them if they're within like 16 blocks or something. It's a relatively small distance. See, it only worked. Like, look at the distance. Like, look at how short of a distance that is. Yeah, ringing the bell highlights them. Yes, but only in like a 5-block range. No, I'm not gonna play on your mod pack. Please don't suggest that, because that's just advertising. That's thinly veiled advertising. Thank you. Well, we never found that witch from earlier. You think he's still over there? I mean, I don't know what you want, man. I'm doing it. I've done every challenge wearing this armor with basic tools. This armor will single-handedly, with no other preparation, with no nothing, carry you through all of the challenges that the game has to offer. I don't know where he's at. Okay, we're just gonna cheat a little bit just to get this last dude. I don't think anybody's gonna have any problem with that. Kill at E type equals witch. Okay, so the last dude was not a witch. Kill at E type equals pillager. There we go. Oh, well, that was it. I don't know what you want, man. The armor's too strong. I cleared a bastion wearing nothing but the armor and then basic tools. I did a hero of the village. I did a pillager raid wearing nothing but the armor and basic tools. The armor is too strong. Full stop. No questions, no quantifiers, no conditionals. For the overall health of the game, it's too strong. you can try to say that like, oh, well, I won't use it, so therefore it doesn't affect me. Well, that's fine. It doesn't affect you. You can choose not to do anything. That doesn't mean that it's not too strong. I've just got iron sword, nothing fancy, regular bow. I gave myself a mid-tier food, which you would definitely have a food that's way better than this if you're at the point where you're getting netherite armor. You'd also have full diamond stuff if you're at a point where you're also getting netherite armor. You'd have, I mean, fully enchanted bow, fully enchanted sword, the whole 9 if you've got netherite armor. However, it doesn't matter because netherite armor is so strong, it will single-handedly carry you through all of the game. So what's wrong with the... Oh god, you're coming in at the end of the conversation. So we just went on like an hour-long rant about this, but I'll basically say... so he asks, so what's wrong with in-game armor being too strong? It's in-game stuff. Sure. Simply, at some point, you can just shut off. Okay, let me phrase it in a different way. Let me put it in a different context, and then you'd be able to see. When you get netherite armor, why don't you just turn on creative? Because that's really what this is. I don't want to... Well, I think that that's a little bit of a misrepresentation. I don't know if I would say the majority of players. I would say the players that do seek out this content. But I guess I'm splitting hairs here because I would say that this does become the end goal for the majority of players. If I had done a survey before I had highlighted how strong the armor is and asked people in this chat room and said, what are you excited to obtain netherite armor? Which I think is a fair question. Are you or are you not excited to obtain netherite armor? And I would think at the beginning of this stream, the majority of people would say yes. Which I think would, I recognize that is then a hypothetical that I'm arguing, which makes it a little bit harder to quantify. But I think that we could agree on that the majority of players would be excited to obtain it. And if the majority of players are excited to obtain it, then they'll seek it out, they'll get it, and then they will find that their play experience is extremely negatively impacted by how strong this armor is. But let me finish reading your thing. I mean, sure, I could agree that most people are even enjoying it, but that's not my point. Okay, so now I'm gonna get into super... I agree that most players are likely to enjoy netherite armor at first. However, I think that I'm trying to put it into words. They will find their experience negatively impacted, but they might not understand what's causing it. I don't know if I phrased that well. On the surface, being overpowered sounds fun. And indeed, for the first few minutes, being overpowered is probably fun. But as soon as the novelty is gone, I think it greatly reduces the overall experience of the game. Does that make sense? Yeah. I think on the surface, being overpowered is fun. I think for the first few minutes, it will be fun. Once the novelty wears off, I think it will negatively affect the game, because the game will no longer have challenge, because everyone, including survival players, that you can put the asterisk on it, but again, I would argue that the majority of players are going to seek out netherite armor. But even if we put your asterisk on it, everyone that experiences netherite armor will ultimately have a negative experience. Where did I get a cookie from? Did he give me a cookie because I have Hero of the Village? No, I'm not going to try to read your nickname. And like, okay, cool. Well, thank you, Kelly. Thank you. It's this hidden mechanic. People really don't understand what armor toughness does, and that's the issue. You could have every other aspect of netherite be there, and it would be perfectly fine. You could have the knockback resistance, you could have the, I'm losing my voice, you could have the increased durability, you could have it be resistant to fire damage, you could have all of that. Perfectly fine. A logical next step for a powerful armor whenever you already have, realistically, 20 armor. Even though we all think of this as 10, it's 20. You already have 20 armor in the game. In Diamond, how do you make another armor above Diamond that doesn't have more than 20 armor? Again, more durability would be good, knockback resistance would be good, fire protection would be good, or like immunity to fire. The armor itself is immune to fire. All of those would be good and thus worthwhile to seek it out. But it's that armor toughness that went up. And that's the thing that's too strong, because that increases the minimum threshold that the player is required. Wording is hard, and I'm losing my voice. Armor toughness increases the amount of damage the player needs to take before they lose health. So yes, it's still the same amount of armor, but the amount of damage that a monster needs to do to you is higher now. But you can't make monsters do more damage, because then early game players would get absolutely annihilated. Because it has to be looked at in a bubble, or not in a bubble, excuse me. It has to look at it, you have to look at it in context of the entire game. And inside the context of the entire game, with the current power curve being leather, chainmail, we're not going to talk about gold, but leather, chainmail, iron, diamond. And really, you don't even use chainmail. It really just goes leather, iron, diamond. The amount of naked, leather, iron, diamond, netherite is really what the power curve will be. And in that power curve of going naked, leather, iron, diamond, netherite, the amount of survivability that the netherite provides you is borderline immortal in context of the damage that monsters need to do in order to keep all the other armors in line. Scrolling up, there's still resource gathering and lack of flight as such. It does make you mostly unkillable in a majority of circumstances, though. Okay, so at least we're on board with that. So I see, and that's why I got so frustrated, is you didn't even believe that. And like, I shouldn't have gotten so frustrated, but it is so strong that you're borderline unkillable. You're still killable, sure. I'll concede there's an asterisk. But this single thing should not be able to carry you through late game mechanics. And that's why fishing farms are getting nerfed. Fishing farms are getting nerfed because a single thing can carry you through a late game mechanic. Now there are different contexts there. The fishing farm, of course, you can build right there at the beginning of the game. The netherite armor is towards the end game. I don't even know if it's the end game as much as you guys think it's the end game. I think that you guys just look at the hours it takes to farm it as making it end game, but like, I don't think it's as far off as you think it is. I think that it's 2 hours into the game. I think that you can reasonably obtain netherite within the first 2 hours of the game. Specifically, you can get right into the nether. I don't know if I want to do this. I might be committing to something. Like I said, it's probably like a 2 hours thing. Okay, X Kelly did ask a question. Let's take a personal example, maybe not the best to argue from, but take your experience from the hardcore world. You're practically invulnerable, barring some weird occurrences due to local difficulty. Are you still having fun? I'm enjoying the game from a building perspective, but all aspects of the monsters are completely dead to me. So, no, I am not having... Yes, I'm still having fun, but no, I am not having as much fun as I could be. I gotta scroll down in chat. Not every mob needs to be rebalanced. Certain in-game mobs should be buffed. Certain in-game mobs should be buffed. Like what? Like the Ender Dragon should be buffed? I mean, I think that that's a dangerous game that you're playing there, because right now the game has a really nice power curve that you can move through the game in a number of different ways without unintentionally coming across something that is game ending. Diamond Gear is maybe an hour for a decently experienced player. Sure, I would almost say that Netherite is easier than Diamond Gear, in the sense of, there's our old portal. In the sense of, you take lava buckets and water, and you can quickly build a portal to get to the Nether, which is what I was trying to do just there, but I think that will take about an hour to find a suitable supply of... I just need 3 iron and lava. I think it'd take, you know, an hour on average, maybe 30 minutes on average, to find 3 iron and a lava pool. Yeah, 30 minutes. So in 30 minutes, I could get my Nether portal. Once in the Nether portal, I mean, look at Diamond already. We already know the Y coordinate that you need to mine at in order to have the highest likelihood of finding diamonds. So now, in the first 30 minutes, I'm in the Nether, and see, there's actually lava right there, I believe. So in the first 30 minutes, I'm now in the Nether. I go to the specified Y coordinates, and I just start digging. Due to the Nether being mostly solid, I won't come across many chasms or caves or hostile mobs. It's likely I find some zombie piglin, I think is what they're called now. It's likely that I find some zombie piglin, see, and so now I just need 3 iron. But those are passive until attacked. And I just keep going. So anyway, point's been made. We're all on the same page for how strong it is. You could disagree now, and that's why I was so frustrated, because it is strong. There's that part's not up for debate. The part that could be up for debate would be the impact of how strong it is. So like, and this is why I got so frustrated. From my mind, I'm saying the sky is typically blue. And you're like, no. The sky can sometimes be pink and purple and orange. And I'm like, yes, but it's blue. And it's like, yes, some people won't use netherite armor. But netherite armor is still broken. That's what I'm trying to say using that metaphor. And so it's like, there is no, in my mind, there is no argument that says that netherite armor isn't super strong. Isn't overwhelmingly strong. And I gotta just scroll down in chat. But the argument or the conversation that could happen is, how does that overwhelming power affect the game? That part is completely open for interpretation and a complete opinion-based thing. Yeah, I wasn't reading chat because I needed to scroll down. I do see Garethor's Hydrate, though. It definitely did not turn a rainbow. That's not true. I've noticed a lot of people since the rant started. I think it just opens the possibility of future bosses or even dimensions that are a lot tougher. Yes, which is my hope. So in my mind, again, we have the irrefutable piece of information that is, the armor is overwhelmingly strong. But then how does that affect the game? as it currently exists, there are no challenges that require armor that strong. That's just, I also believe that to just be a truth. That doesn't mean that they won't add new challenges that do require that armor that strong. If they do add challenges that require armor that strong, then the armor's perfectly fine. Again, that's been my argument the whole time. And I think that they will. As I previously stated, I would bet my entire retirement account on they will add a new dimension within, I don't know, call it 5 years, right? Giving myself an overwhelming amount of time to for them to add the dimension. Realistically, I think it'll be 2 or 3 years. I bet it will be, we're in Minecraft 1.15, about to roll out to 1.16. I bet the new dimension will be added, give or take, Minecraft 1.20. Because you got to think, 1.16 is the Nether update. Then they also promised us cave and mountain updates. So give those a little bit to roll out. So call that 1.17. Maybe they do the cave and mountain updates at the same time. I think the earliest that we could see the new dimension is 1.18. But I think that's still too soon for a whole new dimension. So I personally would think that we start to reasonably see the end update, or excuse me, not the end, but the new dimension update somewhere between 1.19 and 1.21. Why is there a need to worry about broken unkillability while running around sporting 2 totems and diamond armor, smashing face first into the ground from flying without a care in the world? Yes! You're so close! Yes! If the game is already that easy, why are they adding another level of easiness? That's my... Yes! Completely! They should make diamond armor harder to come by, so... And it doesn't need to be super harder to come by. I think they just need to nerf villager trading. Because the fact that I can do, like, I did this earlier on stream. This has just been like a stream of game theory with Nims. So 1 raw cod, just 1 raw cod. I drop this in here, I get 1 emerald. I put 1 emerald in here, and I get diamond boots. I just turned 1 raw cod into diamond boots. That was too easy. That should be nerfed. The game is too easy. Don't add new armors that further simplify the difficulty of this game. I expect it 1.18 or 1.17. I think 1.17 is real soon. There's no way it goes Nether update and then new dimension, right? They've already... What were the things that they promised us that we all got to vote on a while back? It was like the caves update. Help me out here, chat room, because I don't remember, and I don't even remember well enough to Google it. It was like the cave update, mountain updates, or the Nether update biomes, but they offered us which biomes. Nims, can you show us your creative world where you make your auto farms? I have like 6 creative worlds. So it'd be really hard to show you any one. No worries, Gareth, no worries. So to be fair, another personal example. With your personal gear setup, I have been killed multiple times in cities and raids. With your current gear setup, I have... So you're saying that you have Protection 12 and Elytra, sometimes rotating on Protection 16, is what you're saying. So you have Protection 12 rotating into Protection 16 at the appropriate points. So the Nether... And you've been killed. The Netherite is just one step up above that to make you not killable in those situations. Again, from your experience. Also, you put a lot of time into the Villager to do that. I did put a lot of time into the Villager to do that. That doesn't stop it from being too powerful, though. You put a lot of time into getting Netherite armor, but that doesn't stop it from being too powerful. Did you read what I said earlier about airplane ads on Facebook? I did not. Please resend it. I think we gotta vote on what biome to update next. Yes, what were the other biomes? That's what I'm questioning. Dare you to jump in lava, you won't. I'll bet you $1. Have you seen those ads on Facebook for giant inflatable airplanes? Dad saw those advertisements and wanted me to order one for him, so I started looking in it, found out that all the information on the Link sales site are copy-paste clips from Plastic Kids model plane on Amazon, and the sites themselves were created at the beginning of this month. Can't trust ads on Facebook at all. Yeah, there's been a lot of those lately. Like, YouTube's even getting bad about that. I might destroy my armor, though. It was already low durability. We're about half. But it is a really obnoxious noise. Okay, so if you're currently struggling to play through the game with Protection 12 rotating to Protection 16, if you're currently struggling with that, man, you're not gonna like my answer. Then you're on a difficulty that's too hard. You should lower your difficulty. However, that's not even a fair, complete statement. It's not... Dying never is also not the answer. You should die sometimes. That's okay. If you're dying an excessive amount, lower your difficulty. Which is the answer that people aren't gonna like. But if you're dying once every, 50 hours of playtime or whatever, then that's a reasonable amount of deaths. Cool. You're exactly at the point where you should be in the game. Not everyone can play hardcore. Not everyone can play hard. And there's absolutely no shame in not being able to do that. My Selena, Candy, girlfriend, can't play past easy. Does that mean that she is of a lesser Minecrafter? No, absolutely not. But if you're dying an overwhelming amount of time, then it's not the game that needs to come down to your level, it's you needing to recognize where you should be at. I mean, it's literally the argument of, like, least common denominators. You don't balance around the least common denominator. Nor do you balance around the, like, the me's. You don't balance around me either. You balance around averages. Because it's all bell curves. So you need to balance around the bell curve, you need to balance around the bell curve where the majority of players will have a better experience because of a change that you make. You play hard on survival, but it's not an overwhelming amount, it's an amount? Well, then I would say that you're perfectly suited for the difficulty that you're playing in. You are experiencing optimum Minecraft. If it's an amount, but not an overwhelming amount, then you're perfect. The problem that I have with, like, the netherite armor is once it's obtained, which I recognize that it is a hard thing to obtain, but once it is obtained, the experience for anyone wearing it will become so trivial that they might as well be in creative. That's the problem that I have. If it just made the game a little easier, that's fine. That's fine. But it doesn't. It makes it a lot easier because it's all like multiplicatively dipping into survival elements. You have maxed armor, max protection, and now you're going to increase your armor toughness. Right, we get it. The armor's really, really, really overwhelmingly strong. Struggling in those specific game areas, of course, overworld and average gameplay is nothing. So the struggle is good there. I mean, then that's also good because now you have the areas of the game that you need to practice. Okay, so here's a perfect game. Here's the perfect game. Anyone can pick it up. Anyone can start playing. Anyone understands the base mechanics from grandparents that existed before the internet, that had whole families before they owned a personal computer. Grandma should be able to pick it up. All the way down to the most technologically fluent, grew up around video games their entire life, young person. Everyone should have the ability to start that experience. But the outcome of that experience should be determined by the player's skill and aptitude. If you don't have the aptitude to reliably clear end fortresses, that's okay. You might not like that, but that's okay. Not everyone can be good at everything simultaneously. You will be weak at things, and that is okay. You have an area that you need to practice in, and when you practice at it, you will gain that skill, and after an amount of practice, you will be able to move through the area that you struggle with greater aptitude. That's exactly the mechanics you want to see in every single video game. When you are better, things should be easier. Full stop. If you are not at the best that you could be, things should be more difficult. Full stop. Again, looping this back into the netherite conversation, netherite armor breaks that relationship. It is so strong that you don't need to be good in order to greatly increase your aptitude of the game. What about netherite tools? I actually have no problem with netherite tools because really they're just an increase in speed and durability. So those are pure quality of life improvements. Netherite weaponry is kind of questionable, but I'm even okay with that because I'm in a gray area for netherite tool or for netherite weaponry. So swords and axes. The problem that we're now running into is mobs can't get more difficult without blowing out the power curve for lesser equipped players. However, players are so tanky, have so much survival, that PvP is an unenjoyable experience without being able to deal more damage. So how do you rectify needing to do more damage to players but less damage to mobs? And again, I know I'm right here because we know that there's a significant portion of the player base that's still playing 1.7 because they refuse to update because they don't like the new combat mechanics. And I also know that this is a true statement because Mojang themselves is putting out combat-only snapshot changes, trying to rebalance how combat is done. So, I mean... When I started hardcore survival, I always die at the beginning, like last time, because I was deep in a cave, I found diamonds, but I didn't know where the exit was, and then I fell in lava. I mean, practice more. Like, that's the solution. You're gonna die. I died a lot. This is like my 6th, chat room, some of you might know. This is like my 6th hardcore world. I died in the first 10 hours of all my other worlds. So, I mean, yeah. So I die too. So netherite tools I think are perfectly okay. Like, sure, why not? It's just more durability and a slightly faster mining speed. No problem. That'd be very comparable if the netherite armor was knockback resistance, more durability, and immune to lava. Again, that's all perfectly fine. The issue that I have is the armor toughness increasing on the netherite armor and the increased based attack damage of netherite swords and axes. Those are the issues. And like, I don't have the answer for how to balance that either. Just for the record. I can recognize that it's a problem, but it's a complicated problem to solve, as evidenced by the nuances in this conversation. I think everything is still two-shot with netherite weapons. I don't know the answer there. I don't know if netherite weapons change the break points for what you need to do for damage to kill a monster. I don't know that. So what he's referring to there, imagine that you have a mob that has, I don't know, 8 health, right? So you have this mob with 8 health. I swing my diamond sword, I do 4 damage. I swing my diamond sword again, I do another 4 damage. I did a total of 8, he's dead. I swap my diamond sword for a netherite sword. This one deals 5 damage in this hypothetical. I swing my netherite sword, he takes 5 damage. I have to swing a second time, doing a total of 10, but it still took 2 swings, so the net result is the same. So does that actually change the balance of the game is kind of his point there. I don't know the answer to that one. It might not. I don't know what the thresholds and break points of every mob in the game is. Yeah, this game is really hard to balance, Herm. This is where higher level areas come into play. Leave the overworld the way it is. Your armor will be overpowered in the overworld. Yes, which is why I'd be perfectly fine with having overpowered armor in the overworld if there was some sort of aether, sky dimension, blah, 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 blah. It would be perfectly okay to be broken in the overworld, but then balanced in a sky dimension. That would be totally fine. That would be just like in a traditional RPG where your character levels up and gains new abilities. You are a level 30 character going backwards into a level 10 zone. Of course you're going to be super strong in the level 10 zone. Absolutely. That's perfectly fine, as long as when you are at the level 30 zone, you are correctly balanced. You're saying, you go on to say, but raise the difficulty in the nether and the end so they are more balanced towards end-game area. You're kind of saying that max level gear should be balanced towards the starting area rather than raising the difficulty of non-starting areas. No, I'm not. What I'm saying is that the power curve to get from the starting area into the nether is the correct power curve. The power curve to get from, I'm aiming over that way because that's where my spawn chunks are. The power curve to when you are ready to fight the end dragon, when you're ready to fight a wither boss, when you're ready to tackle a nether fortress is plus minus correct. I don't think that you can make the nether any more difficult because you need to get into the end in order to get your netherite. So I don't think that you can change anything about the end, or else you would be too weak to obtain, again, the bell curve of players would be too weak to move into the end to get their netherite. So I don't think that you can change the nether, I keep misspeaking. I don't think that you can change the power curve as it relates to the overworld into the nether at all. Or else the bell curve of players would not be able to get into the nether to obtain their netherite. However, you could change the power difficulty of the end. I think that would be okay. But I think that the power curve that exists between the overworld, the nether, and the end is also nicely balanced. It would make... You could increase the difficulty of the end. For sure. You could add new biomes and new generation and new structures and blah, 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 and make the end more difficult. I think that it exists in a sweet spot. And see, this is where then opinion comes in, right? Oh, okay. So, yeah, okay. So you could absolutely raise the difficulty, but it would only be of very choice areas. I don't think that you can raise the difficulty of ocean monuments because the likelihood of a starting player to stumble into an ocean monument is significant. Therefore, you cannot make ocean monuments do so much damage that it would be balanced for someone wearing netherite armor, because if I, as a new player, stumbled into an ocean monument, I would instantly die, and I would die so fast, I wouldn't have any idea as to what killed me. So you can't raise the difficulty of the ocean monument. I don't think that you can raise the difficulty of anything inside the nether, because you need to keep the relationship between the overworld and the nether the same, so that way the player can get into the nether to obtain their netherite. So the only aspect of the game that I think that you could increase the difficulty on would be the end. I think that would also be a suitable change. Maybe a little out of place. But it would be fine, I think. Calvin, I'm also trying to consider new players. Try to keep in mind that the only way that we're going to be, because this whole argument that I'm proposing is like an all-encompassing, everything needs to be looked at in the whole picture. Of course, a experienced player knows not to go into an ocean monument until they are properly suited. But a novice player, someone picking up the game for the first time, doesn't know that. And they need to have the ability to make that mistake in a way that is a suitable punishment for having made that mistake. So they can't die so fast that they don't even understand what happened to them. But they do need to die fast enough that they realize that this is an area meant for a later game thing. Okay? And that's why I'm so scared. I would be so scared if I were development. To change the power curve of the game, because if you start to make those areas more difficult for someone that would be wearing the equivalent of netherite armor, if you make those areas so much more difficult so they were balanced for a person wearing netherite, a new player that stumbled there would get killed so quickly they would have no idea what happened. And how does that player then learn? How does that player fall in love with Minecraft? How do they have fun in this game? If they instantly get murdered so quickly that they have no chance in understanding what happened. So I don't think that it can be anything that the player a novice could easily come across. I do think that they are doing rebalancing. Oh, absolutely. They added passive biomes inside the Nether. Like, that makes the Nether easier. You could now come to a resting area inside the Nether where you don't have to worry about any hostile mobs. I think it's a really good difficulty as is. I agree. I think that think about how you progress through the game. Nothing feels really too strong or too weak as you're progressing through the game. The Ender Dragon, the Wither Boss, all of fighting going through your first night, all of those feel roughly the same difficulty, because as you're gearing up, you're then experiencing new parts of the game which are harder. So, and again, that's where this disconnect that I have with netherite comes from. And why I'm so hesitant to suggest rebalancing the game. I think that you just add to it. You add a new challenge that's somehow gated away from starting players. That's it. That's my whole thing. Mic drop. If you want to add new armor, to add more experiences, you either add them at the current difficulty level, or you add them at a higher difficulty level, but then gate them away from starting players. Both starting their world, but an experienced player starting their world, or a new player that is starting Minecraft for the very first time. They need stronger in-boss fights. I agree. How difficult the Wither boss, the Ender Dragon, the raids are is too easy. But they are well suited for our current level of armor. It would be too easy with Netherite. It might be too easy now. But again, you got to look at it not from the mindset of an experienced player. You got to look at it from the mindset of like a bell curve. And you also need to put a priority on the front of the bell curve to get because you need to onboard people. You need to get people that, okay, so right now, somebody just turned 14 years old. Somewhere in the world. Okay? And this 14-year-old is loading up Minecraft for the first time. When Minecraft first came out, that 14-year-old was 4. And that's my thing. It's like, for that new player, we need to give him the best, most well-balanced experience to get him into the game. If all we balance for is for the absolute late game players, a la quasi-connectivity, I think we have a problem. But if all we balance for is overwhelming simplification of mechanics, so that way no one ever risks dying, aka catering to the new players, I also think that we have a problem. I think that we need a nice middle ground where we are serving that bell curve as much as possible. So that's a core disagreement here. I say rebalance, you say add. That's fair. It's two different ways. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can agree with that. And see, I will. There's no argument. There's no disagreement there. Both are viable ways of fixing the issue. I think that add is the correct answer, but I'm not gonna ride or die that in the same way that I'm gonna ride or die Netherite being too strong. Imagine this, quasi is a property that is only transferred through metal blocks. What? I don't understand. So are you saying that you would get rid of quasi, but then you would put it back in, but make it only work through like the beacon blocks? So iron, diamond, emerald, and gold. Hey, if that's what it takes to get rid of quasi, I'd be fine with it. Just iron and gold. I'd be perfectly fine with that. No, that'd be funny. Not sure how good it would be. Oh, it would be amazing because you would literally get the best of both worlds. Everybody that wants to keep quasi would be able to keep quasi just by replacing whatever quasi mechanics they use to iron. But that's not how it works, though, because quasi is a state of the block that becomes powered, not the state of the powered block. So it's a state of dispensers and pistons. It is not a state of a solid block. I don't think that's possible, but if it were possible, I'd be about it. So you'd have to change it so that way pistons could only become quasi-connectivity powered if the block that's creating the quasi was iron or gold. That would be such a weird check to do. I bet it's possible. But in like on second thought, I bet it is, but still seems a little I don't know, hard. Okay, a question. Could I put that there? I think that we just need to finish building this thing. Do you plan on doing any aesthetic building in this world or just redstone? Excuse you. I feel so personally attacked. I feel like I did some. Look, I put lanterns in. And like, look at this. I didn't need to recess this, but I did it because I thought it would look better. And like, I'm using stone brick. I originally was using cobblestone. And you can see the cobble. You can see the remnants there. Huh. Like, look at all this cobble I used to use. Full builds, not just details. Oh yeah, there will be no full builds that are aesthetic. I can't do it. It is not possible for me to build aesthetically. I just don't know how. Like, I'm not capable. Okay, so we need pistons, like... Do I really only have 3 repeaters left? That kind of feels bad. You should make a giant concrete shell to make it look like a factory. I kind of like the shapes that we have, though. I like this shape. I like the handlebar shape. I like the T of the Iron Golem farm. I do agree that we should probably make it more geometric on the outside. So just a bunch of like squares on top of squares on top of squares. But these protrusions should be the same. If that makes sense. Okay, we'll just put that back for the short term. So, I don't know, maybe it's possible that we do a little bit of aesthetics. These are the blocks that we're gonna destroy those. Nims, where's your mine? there used to be a giant ravine right here. You can kind of see the shape of it. So if I punch that out, there's a ravine. Oh, well, we didn't have another block. And our mine is here. And there's a whole bunch of like branch mining around here and blah, 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 right? What do you think about the new redstone changes? I think it's the beginning of some much needed updates to redstone. Oh God, my hand slipped and I went down a little bit. It's the first time I've missed this. Because I'm not sitting at my desk correctly. And just thanks, guys, for all the new follows that we've gotten today. I really appreciate it. Especially through all of the rants. The ranting and the raving and the Nims being an absolute madman. I don't have any more slabs. Let's go get some. I've already done one rant this stream. I did like 4. I missed the Inferno Mine series. Inferno Mines was fun, but I don't think that it's something that we can do. I don't think that it's something that we can do for YouTube. I think that's something that we do on stream. That doesn't matter. Slabs are the same. It's stairs that get the improvement. I think that it's something that we do on stream, and then we cut those videos down, and we put them up. We re-upload them onto YouTube. Is what I think we do. It was a good discussion, if a little bit heated. I mean, yeah, and I didn't help with that. It just, I need to remember, like, your perspective was fair. You didn't know how strong it was, and like, for me, I was discussing a universal truth that wasn't a universal truth to you. And I needed to be more, I need to keep that in mind better. For that, I'm sorry. So we need to go out from this. Good thing we have exactly the number of repeaters we need. I'm very passionate about this game, and like, I don't know, when people try to do stuff to it that, oh God, this isn't where my bed is anymore. When like, you know, other content creators are manipulative of their audience, I get really passionate about it. And like, right now, the only way that this netherite armor can be good is with some sort of new balancing. I think that we could agree on that. The only way that the netherite armor will be a suitable addition to Minecraft is with some sort of new balancing. Whether that new balancing is a rebalancing of the current content, or the addition of new content I think that we could agree that it would require some sort of balancing. And I'm really ride or dying on that new content being a new dimension. It makes sense. Again, this is why I'm not super worked up about it, even though it probably seems like I am. It's because I would bet my entire retirement account on them adding a new dimension. I would. I can't get to it. I need a rotate stick, because I just want to place it and then rotate it. Oh, that works. Lol. Okay, never mind. Flawless. There he is. You need to take a drink? I'll take a drink. I feel they will never combat the... I don't understand what you're saying, the guy. I hate the idea. I don't understand. Could you rephrase it? But who gets the account if you're wrong? So what would the conditionals of this be? Five years, no new dimension. Is it the dimension that I'm in such belief with, though? Or is it just the fact that they're going to add a whole new area that has this new balancing? Yeah, it's more... The dimension is the most suitable, but I would ride or die on adding some area that requires or is heavily benefited by the netherite armor, specifically the knockback. Yeah, they could add the Aether without making a new dimension. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. I was trying to, I was trying to get at. Hell, they could add the Aether dimension as part of Extreme Hills, right? You could have hills that stretch so high up into the sky that like there are islands up there, like proper Aether-esque islands, that would necessitate with new challenges and stuff up there. That would even fit inside of the Hills update that they've already been talking about doing. Like maybe above Nether's bedrock? True. Or like what I just said. Okie dokie. So this is our mushroom farm. I would love an increased build limit in order to do that. What if they just stack the nether, the overworld, and the Aether on top of each other in one dimension? I don't think you could do that. I think it'd be too laggy. Are you having all dimensions loaded simultaneously? Are you gonna put in some sort of new code that only loads chunks within Y coordinates as well, instead of just X and Z? Yeah, and how do you make the nether 8 times faster then? Yeah, that's a good point. I think in that case, the render distance would also be vertical. Sure, so what I was just saying is that your render distance would have a Y coordinate as well. There are already vertical chunks. I think it's F3G. So right there, the blue lines you can see are vertical chunks. They already exist. They're not used for rendering. Only the X and Z coordinates are used for rendering. So you can see the blue lines is representative of each vertical chunk. So how do I get that into both this dropper and I might have just had a Jimmy Neutron brain blast moment. Okay, we've already screenshotted this. Well, let's screenshot it again, just in case. Okay. Gotta make sure it's my Silk Touch axe before we destroy the glass. My Jimmy Neutron brain blast moment. Hey, the record hit 400? Yes, it did. So freaking hyped. 55 viewers. When did that happen? Dude, we were at 63 just a minute ago. Okay, so here's my Jimmy Neutron brain blast moment. I don't think that there's any redstone that could power this observer anywhere nearby. That, yeah, definitely not. Or it could power this dropper anywhere nearby. Okay, so sick. Okay, so here's my brain blast. Here's my brain blast. I'm thinking about this like a human thinks about this. I'm thinking about it sequentially as an order of operations. 1, then 2, then 3. But it doesn't need to operate that in that order. It could operate 1, 3, 2. So here's my idea. Here's my idea. And we're gonna see, I'm not gonna tell you, and you guys are gonna see how long it takes for you, because I actually already know that this is going to work. That's how good of an idea it is. I can picture the entirety, I can hold this entire thought, this entire photo in my mind, and I know it will work. So I'm gonna do it, and you guys are gonna tell me. You guys are gonna tell me what it is. It's so good that you might be able to just see the first 3 blocks and figure it out. I'm clickbaiting you guys so hard right now, but it's worth. Boom. It's done. It's done. Do you get it? Do you get it? No? Nobody gets it? Nobody's telling me the answer. There's a lot of you in here. But for what? You put the overflow at the bottom, triggered by the top. That's exactly what I did. So the overflow pulls from this hopper, this one here, but it's only ever triggered if, and I might need to change this a little bit more, just for the record. It's only ever triggered if we might need 2 hoppers stacked on top of each other, just for the record. It's only ever triggered if the... Let's see. We'll do it this way. Okay. So we do need to move it a little bit. But it would only ever be triggered if the mushrooms backed all the way up through the entire storage silo. And then only then would it trigger. See, so I need to change it a little bit because it's triggering right now because it requires 2 hoppers stacked on top of each other to do what we're trying to do. And I think we have an easy solution for that. I think that then does it. And then we observe this guy. No, wait. We still observe the top one. I'm actually wrong. We still observe the top one. And see, now this doesn't shut off unless, hypothetically, unless the entire machine is so full of mushrooms that they are sitting inside this hopper. And once they're sitting inside this hopper, and once they sit inside this hopper, this would then turn on, which shuts this off, which unpowers that hopper, which would allow our overflow to then do whatever we want, and we don't have to worry about space anymore because we're underground. Would it be better to use a piston honey redstone block to go vertical? No. I'm really against using unnecessary pistons. Okay, so I want to screenshot this. Sick. I want to give it one more try, though. Because I actually think I noticed one new thing. That we can have a very similar So yeah, that works. No problems. No questions asked. Exactly like I said it would. I feel dumb when I try to use my brain for redstone. I mean, it's just a muscle that you need to flex. If you haven't worked it out much lately, it's gonna be a weak little soft spaghetti noodle, a little piece of soft spaghetti. But if it's something that you work out all the time, then you'll be really good and you'll be so strong. How much extra stuff would I be willing to add? I was willing to add one more hopper at the bottom. So I should be willing to add one more hopper at the top. Pretty sure I don't have those muscles. Does the brain even have muscle? Isn't it just like fat and nerves? I'm not a brain nothing-ist. So I'm not even going to pretend like I know what a brain is made of. However, I do know for sure that the more often you practice something, even if it's just a mental activity, for sure you will get better at it. If you suck at Sudoku, but then you do a bunch of Sudoku, you're going to get really good. I have 2 more redstone to do the things that I want to do here. My mom plays Sudoku every night on her phone. It's actually really good for you to do mentally stimulating things all the time. So me trying to figure this out is keeping my brain elasticity high. I'm just regurgitating words. I don't know what they mean. But doing puzzle games is supposed to be good for you and help prevent like Alzheimer's. So is flossing. There is some correlation between flossing and Alzheimer's too. I don't know. Do your puzzle books and floss your teeth. Be healthy. Anybody else watching from Spain? Nicolike is usually from Spain. You should hit him up. I wonder how he's doing. Yeah, I didn't think that would work. How do we normally bring that signal back into both? Do you stream day 1? Yeah, whenever I started this world, I started streaming the everything that you've seen built in this world has been built on stream. Yes. Flossing helps prevent gum disease, which scientists think contributes. I mean, it's been linked. There is,
it's not just a scientists think. There is a link between gum disease and dementia. Yes. That's true. Where can I see? I just created a second YouTube channel. Here, I'll get you the link for it. So, where we've been trying to save as many of these videos as we possibly can. We didn't get all of them. But there's a good chunk of them. It's just one study? Ah, okay. I thought that it was better than that. Okay, I'll withdraw. Oof. I mean, so we could brute force this, right? We could absolutely just go blat, blat, and that side's done. And then we do basically the same thing, but I would need another Peter, which we just don't own. We don't own another Peter. Let me get some redstone here. I need more redstone. Who needs to go mining? Okay, I feel much better. Sick. This has been such a complicated build. Is there something that might make this better? Like an observer somehow watching something. Trying to figure out, we've got one, I want to try to do it inside the space because we could take the hopper down, but then that creates a lot more activated redstone each time that we need to overflow, and then we still need to build this system again, so it's a lot of wasted redstone and therefore a lot of wasted lag. So I'm trying to figure out how to make a smart dropper inside of these constraints. Well, let's spin it and see if that gives us anything. Because I'm not seeing anything immediate jumping out at me. Technically, I'm using Quasi. I hate it. But technically, so it won't trigger on the first block that goes into it. See, because that would only create a signal strength of 1. But upon reaching some threshold, which I don't know what it is. Okay, so it's higher. Oh, it must be 41. And so it just has this, instead of it counting to 0, it just counts to 40, which is fine, it's the same thing. And we did it in 3 redstone, 1 repeater, but we used Quasi. Disgusting. Make a 1 wide repeater clock locked by a torch comparator that shuts off. Okay, we'll screenshot this and we'll come back to it because I hate Quasi. A 1 wide repeater clock that's paused. That's a pretty good idea. I'll give you that. That's pretty clever. I subbed to the channel. We also have the real YouTube channel. That's the one that you should actually subscribe to. Instead of a repeater, could it be a solid block with redstone on top? Oh, hey, that was a real mushroom we just harvested. You could remove the Quasi. I don't think you could. Hang on. Before I try to figure that out. Chat room, how could you remove the Quasi? Do tell. Instead of a repeater, it could be a solid block with redstone on top. No. Because then what would happen is this. So you would hit your... This, I guess this will work in 1.16, but it does not work yet in 1.15. So what'll happen is we'll get our little spam right here, but it won't actually trigger the dropper. So this will work in 1.16, but not in 1.15. Because this is just too much lag. Soft power the stone brick next to the dropper. A stone brick. I mean, I can't break anything. These are walls. So how would you soft power? Okay. This doesn't, I mean, this still isn't, this doesn't even do anything. Okay, I'm gonna try Bradley's idea. We're gonna try comparator locking a, whatchamacallit? Some sort of, what, I don't know, torch clock? And then what you take, and now this is getting triggered. I just can't put redstone right here because then it powers this piston. Like, as an example, flat. That clearly does not work. This is getting real big. It needs to be, this needs to, okay. Hey. Hey. So this is basically what you're saying. Time are you streaming tomorrow? Same time? We're making a base inspired by yours and it's sick. But I'm starting to experience more lag than I normally would. Have you got any tips on reducing lag in my world? Yes. I have, okay. Now we're gonna cover some quick redstone base building tips in order to reduce lag in your world. Could have been made smaller, but yes, I mean, yeah, it could be made smaller. I want those torches back. All right. So, wait, where am? Oh, huh. I was like, where am I? First thing you should do when it comes to reducing lag is reduce the number of entities that exist in your world. Specifically, cull all the unnecessary animals in your world. So like, I should not have this donkey. I shouldn't have all of the wolves, but I most definitely shouldn't have all of these squid, all of the salmon, nor do I need all of the mobs that are chilling just up here on top of the hill. So cull all unnecessary entities. That's gonna be the first thing. Okay, sick. Now you've done that. Okay. Use pistons as little as possible. Avoid them completely, if at all possible. Only use pistons if you need to move a block. Don't use pistons as part of redstone builds. So like, if, I'm trying to think of a very specific example. Okay. I must use pistons here in order to move the slime blocks out to destroy the sugarcane. I can't do this with water. I must use pistons. So those are okay. But over here, we were looking at ways of setting up clocks and stuff like that. I should never use a piston in setting up some sort of clock, some sort of redstone machinery. Nope, don't use them. Another trick is preventing unnecessary light updates. For this, I love jack-o'-lanterns. I'm gonna make us a handful of jack-o'-lanterns. So if you've got, say, a torch like this that you know is gonna be triggering quite frequently, right? It's just blap, blap, blap. That's creating lighting updates. Override that torch's lighting updates by instead placing him on a jack-o'-lantern. It will behave exactly the same, but the lighting, the physical render of that light update will no longer happen and thus save your world on lag. Another thing, try to avoid clocks like this altogether. Make everything smart. So don't just brute force clock stuff. Make things only trigger whenever certain conditionals are met. Another thing, don't use signs anywhere you could use a fence gate. So signs are frequently used for their simplicity in manipulating water streams. However, signs aren't good. The text that gets rendered on signs is really intensive. And signs get... I'm not going to get super into the detail of it, but signs aren't super great, even if they don't have text on them. If you can, for your water stream manipulations, use fence gates instead. Functionally the exact same, unless you have some sort of redstone that's right next to it. What else? Don't let item entities sit there and despawn. If you have some sort of storage system, make sure that you have some sort of overflow on your storage system. So if that storage system ever fills up, let me get to a position where I can show you. So if you ever get to a position where that storage system fills up, say here, all of the new items that get generated, ideally, shut the farm off. But in some farms, like my pumpkin or melon farms, I can't shut them off. So if your storage system is completely full, at least destroy the items. Don't just let them sit there and despawn. However, if you can, shut off that core farm altogether. So as an example, something that I should do for my world is my carrot and potato farms are totally full, so I should shut off my carrot and potato farms. Make sense? That's what I should be doing here. Because right now I'm spending all of this time growing potatoes and moving them through the world and blah 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 when I don't need to. Shut them off. Additionally, don't use hopper minecarts except when absolutely necessary. Hopper minecarts are ridiculously laggy. Avoid them like the plague. But avoid them like the plague gives you $1 million. You don't want to die, but you also want your $1 million. So use them only when absolutely necessary. In my world, as an example, I think I only run 4 necessary hopper minecarts. Maybe 5. No, 4. One of them was wasted. Yeah, I could make my world even better. The hopper minecart that runs my melon farm, necessary. The hopper minecart that runs my dark room mob spawner, necessary. And the hopper minecarts that run my potato and carrot farms, necessary. The hopper minecart inside my fishing farm, unnecessary. The hopper minecart inside of my charcoal factory, unnecessary. So if I could do my entire world with 4 hopper minecarts, you can too. Additionally, and Bradley just beat me to it, additionally, cover your hoppers with droppers whenever possible. Sometimes, just due to the nature of redstone and all being super close to each other, it won't be possible. So like, right here, this hopper I can freely cover with a dropper. But let's say I had a little bit of redstone that went forward like that, well then I can't cover this hopper with a dropper because now this dropper will be getting triggered all the time. We don't want that. If you can't cover them with a dropper, cover them with a full block. What else? There's obvious stuff like avoiding unnecessary tile entities. So like avoid chests, avoid furnaces, avoid droppers. Only put down exactly as many chests as you need. Only put down exactly as many furnaces as you need. Try not to put down any unnecessary furnaces, droppers, anvils, anything like that. That aren't absolutely necessary. And before you ask, yes, putting a dropper on top of a hopper is less lag than the dropper imports into the world. It saves more lag than the dropper adds. Composters are even more efficient on lag. Are we sure? I don't know about that. I know about droppers. Do you have minecarts under your skeleton farm, like in your vid? Is there any way to make it less laggy? Oh, I forgot about those. Okay, so I needed 7 in my world. Because you're right, I do have 3 right here. And there's just no way of getting around that. Because you have to pick up the drops from the skeleton faster than a skeleton can. So, I should do that. Obviously, use as little hoppers as possible. Use as little redstone as possible. Like the actual dust itself. It's okay to have redstone builds. It's okay to have repeaters and comparators. But the redstone dust itself, this stuff is pretty freaking laggy. So use it sparingly. If given the choice between 1 redstone dust or 1 repeater, opt for 1 repeater. If lag is a concern. Provided that your redstone build doesn't break whenever you swap out redstone dust for redstone repeaters. Of course. Could you provide some sort of source for that? Could you get me a resource that I would be able to see that? in your Discord. I have a video linked. Sick, dude.
Droppers on top of hoppers. It is widely known that if you want to reduce the amount of lag your hoppers cause in your world, it is always best to put a dropper on top. But is that really the case? In 1.12, definitely. But since then, in 1.14, we've gotten the composter, another block that interacts with hoppers.
We gotten the composter.
That's
fine.
May very well surpass the dropper.
English might not be his first language. I shouldn't make fun. I'm an asshole.
To set the stage, one day I was working on my storage room project to try and reduce lag any way I can. That way there's more performance available for me to do other things within the area since my storage
he's definitely
system is
not
going
a
to be
native
built
English
at my base.
speaker. I'm definitely an asshole
And
now.
when I was doing that, I remembered something. The composter is a block that exists. And beyond it being just a block that exists, is a very unique...
This is too much setup. Where's his methodology in testing? Here we go. Here's methodology in testing. Okay, so basically everything that I've described, and cover your droppers or cover your hoppers with maybe composters, we're about to find out, but definitely cover your hoppers with droppers. And if you can't cover them with droppers, solid blocks. If this video that we're about to watch is truthful, then the answer should be composter greater than dropper greater than solid block greater than slab greater than furnace greater than air. Should be the solution.
This test world to help me test this. And right here I got a whole bunch of command blocks. So I can fill in hoppers, 70,000 of them to be precise, and fill on different end of blocks on top. And I also figured while I'm at it, why not also test out all the other blocks that have functionality with hoppers and see what effect they have on hopper lag. Before we get to the benchmark, I want to talk a little bit about the testing methodology. All tests were conducted on a local multiplayer server.
I want to point out, I was talking about test methodology. I appreciate this very much.
Running Minecraft 1.14.4 with Carpet Mod within a Y0 glass floor world with 70,000 empty hoppers and no entities within the world itself. I stood in the same place each test and made sure all the chunks around me were loaded before benchmarking. The server itself was restarted between testing each block because if I hadn't, I could actually get inaccurate testing results. An example of this would be one of my early tests which showed that chests performed much better than shulker boxes on top of hoppers. This result is wrong. What happened here was that chests were the first block entity I had filled into the world using the fill command. Then once I finished testing chests, I used the fill command again to replace them with shulker boxes, at which point I continued testing without rebooting my server. It is this action of filling, removing, or replacing block entities that caused these skewed results. This performance regression only ever occurred when involving block entities, and did not happen when filling, removing, or replacing non-block entities, such as dirt, air, redstone blocks, etc. If anyone who is familiar with the game's code knows why this regression was observed, I'd like to hear from you. Anyways, this is why it's so important to set up the testing environment first, and then right before you start benchmarking, reboot the server. Now, onto the benchmarks. This chart shows the MSPT, or milliseconds per tick, of block entities with different blocks on top of hoppers. Lower is better here. Starting near the top,
I immediately saw it. Because I was like, oh, redstone block's the very bottom, which means that the hopper is shut off. Of course that's gonna be the best. And then I was like, okay, well, where is the hopper on, but creating the least amount of lag? Oh, a composter. Sick.
Hopper performance with nothing on top was 62.6 MSPT. Likewise, the use of building blocks that don't have any sort of special functionality when on top of hoppers yielded a similar result, at 62.8 MSPT.
I always wondered why that was the case, because blocks shouldn't... in my mind, blocks shouldn't. Dude, I said this like literally 3 days ago. I was like, I don't understand why blocks reduce the lag that hoppers create. It doesn't make sense because hoppers still are performing the check of items above them or item entities above them that they could then grab.
Which is within the margin of
Well,
error
there's
with no
your
blocks on
chart.
top.
I'd
also like to reiterate that these tests were done in a
Well
world
done.
with no
Bravissimo.
entities. If item entities were present within the same chunks of the hoppers during this test, you would expect to see worse results here. The double chest with its 54 inventory slots takes first place on this chart as the worst.
That makes perfect sense, and here's why. The way hoppers do their check is first, if it's just a hopper, of course I don't have one in my inventory. If it's just a hopper, it checks the air block above it. It checks the air block above it 20 times per second, so once every game tick, for those of you paying attention at home. Once every game tick to grab the item above it. However, if you put some sort of tile entity, namely one with a storage, it shuts off that 20 checks per second, and instead, it now attempts to check and move things at a rate of 2.5 items per second. Okay, but it has to do a check of 2.5 items per second against every inventory slot of the item above it. So this is a 2.5 items per second check of 9 inventory spaces. This should be more laggy than this, because this is 27 inventory spaces. Make sense? So now we have to check each one of these 27 inventory spaces 2.5 times per second. Whereas if it were a dropper, we only have to check 9 inventory spaces 2.5 times per second. 9 checks is much cheaper than 27 checks.
In this test, coming in higher than a hopper with nothing above
I would
it.
assume that you could see some sort of rough comparison between the 9 inventory. Like you should be able to take a baseline, so a 4.5 or 4.8, and you should be able to take this baseline and then say that according to this chart, 1 TPS is roughly equal to 1 inventory space. Because if you say that our baseline is, I'm going to do some super brutal rounding here. 1 hopper that's shut off, because it's got the redstone block on it, is 5 TPS. Okay? Which means that, and then we can compare, hang on. We can then compare that against 9 inventory spaces with the dropper, right? And you could say, and there's going to be some flat amount that gets added because this is just a tile entity, and you should be able to come up to some number of inventory spaces is roughly equal to TPS. And then you should be able to expand 9 inventory spaces is worth so many, whereas 54 inventory spaces, because that's how much a double chest has, you should be able to say 1 inventory space is equal to this much lag, which then makes sense because of composters. How much lag would a composter have? They don't have inventories, or they might, I don't know their code, they might have 1 inventory space that is a specialty inventory space.
At
I don't
66 MSPT. Something to note here is that each double chest was covering 2 hoppers each. If you were to have 1 double chest covering one of the each 70,000 hoppers, you'd expect to see worse results here, as chests are ticking blocks and you would be doubling the number of them. Single chests and shulker boxes got 36.4 MSPT,
and that makes
35...
perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. This shows the consistency of his results because they have exactly the same number of inventory slots. And so plus minus the variance of his computer, they should be the same. And that's what we see.
Single chests and shulker boxes.
They also they might have a little bit more AI because think about the animations and the special mechanics that chests and shulker boxes do, whereas barrels do none of it. So barrels have the same inventory spaces, but less animations. We'll have to see what his
36.4 MSPT and 35.9 MSPT respectively. And with chests on top of hoppers, we end up seeing a 41.8% improvement over baseline. The real interesting thing here, however, is the barrels, which came in at 32.5 MSPT.
Again, these three things have the exact same inventory space. It makes perfect sense to me that they are very close to each other. It also makes sense to me that barrels are less than chests and shulker boxes because they have less things attached to them.
Or a 48% performance improvement over baseline. The reason for this is simple. Chests and shulkers are ticking blocks, and as such cost some amount of
ticking blocks. I've never heard of that before, but I assume that ticking blocks is how they're able to perform their animations.
In the world. Barrels, on the other hand, are not ticking blocks and don't cost any performance. If you don't need the capacity of a double chest or the portability of a shulker box, but need a 27-slot general inventory block above your hopper, then the barrel is the best for that use case. Moving on, all the furnace types here are basically the same and are all within margin of error.
Yep.
With blast furnaces coming in at 23.2, smokers at 23.0, and furnaces at 22.6.
I would say that these are the exact same results. I would say that the chest and the shulker box have the exact same results. I would say that all three furnace variants have the exact same results. I would say that the block and the air have the exact same results. Like within margin of error, right? It's just you're talking about how his computer is doing that day. That's how close this is. Like the electrons in his processor would have this level of impact.
MSPT. The real interesting part here, however, is the dropper, which came very close to furnaces in this test at 22.3 MSPT. A 64.4% improvement over baseline, and a 31.4% performance improvement over barrels in this test. The fact that this result is so close to furnaces shocked me. It has been generally accepted in the technical Minecraft community that furnaces on top of hoppers are just flat out worse than droppers on top of hoppers in 1.12. However, here in 1.14, the results are so close to each other. Whether this is due to a performance improvement in one area, such as with furnace ticking, or a performance regression in another area, such as with hoppers searched for items within the inventory above, is unclear. Yes, in the end, droppers did edge out furnaces here, but not by the amount I had expected. Perhaps I'll go back to 1.12 at some point to rerun my tests and see how they stack up versus my 1.14 results. Out of curiosity, I also decided to test the lag-reducing effects of putting a hopper that is locked via redstone, in this case a redstone block above it, above another hopper. And with the result of 24.3 MSPT, I can safely say there is no real performance reason to do this. If you need a general inventory block above your hopper, use a dropper. Now, the reason I'm making this video. The composter on top of hoppers comes in at 15.5
I appreciate
MSPT,
that
a massive
he provided this
75.1% performance improvement over baseline.
So good props to his video. This has been on the screen since the very beginning. He could have just showed this. He could have done a one-off at a time and hid how well the composter did until the very end. But instead, this has been on screen since the 4-minute and 17-second mark. Good for him. That's good videography. However, he did take a little long with his setup. That could have been a little tighter.
75.1% performance improvement over baseline. But what is even more impressive here, in my opinion, is the 30.2% performance improvement we see over droppers in this test. Without a shadow of a doubt, composters are the best block to put on top of your hoppers in Minecraft 1.14.4.
Oh, there's
The
Ray
reason why
right there.
composters are the
Sick.
best here is just as I theorized earlier. Composters are not block entities, they are not ticked, and they don't have an inventory that the hopper below has to check. All the hopper has to do is check its level. If level equals max, generate bone meal and reset level back to 0. They are literally one step away from dirt in terms of how dumb they are. Only that dirt doesn't have any hopper functionality. And that here is why.
Well, there's your mechanic. It doesn't even have an inventory slot. It just
They
has
are
a check
literally
that it
one
does.
step away from dirt in terms of how dumb they are. Only that dirt doesn't have any hopper functionality. And that here is why. Composters take the cake as the
I'm in my
best block
second
to put on
account.
top of your hoppers. Oh yeah, and I also tested locking all 70,000 hoppers by putting redstone blocks on top of them, and as expected, droppers on top of a block above your hopper, use a dropper. I tested locking all 70 max, generate bone meal, and reset level back to 0. They are literally one step away from dirt in terms of how dumb they are. Only that dirt doesn't have any hopper functionality. And that here is why. Composters take the cake as the best block to put on top of your hoppers. Oh yeah, and I also tested locking all 70,000 hoppers by putting redstone blocks on top of them, and as expected, it beats everything.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, there you go. Now you know if you're bone meal and reset level back.
I missed what he said right there.
Tested
at the end.
locking all 70,000 hoppers by putting redstone blocks on top of them, and as expected, it beats everything.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. So, don't use if you need general purpose inventory to move an item through. So say, I think I have one right here. No. Okay. So sometimes you do something like this. Right? Obviously, don't do this. This is bad. Everybody understands this. But you shouldn't do... I don't have a chest either. Lord help us. Okay. Obviously, don't do... Not that. But don't do this either. That's really bad too. So what you should do is this. And because you can't... So there's your answer. Is whenever possible, use a dropper. Whenever possible, use a composter. And if you must have an inventory, use a dropper. And that's the answer. And if you can't use a dropper because of nearby redstone, then it's okay to use a furnace. Wait, but if you would use a furnace, then that means that you don't need the inventory, in which case, just use a composter. So what I should do for my world is I should build 1 billion composters, and instead of doing this, we should do... I don't have that many composters, so blah, 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 blah. we should start investing. Buy composter stocks. Do it now. And so that's less laggy than a dropper. Sick. I think we're gonna have to have a lag-proof our world episode soon, where all we do is go back through our world and find every uncovered hopper, every spammed light source, everything, and we update all of them in order to increase our world lag, or decrease our world lag as much as possible. Okay, so how do we make this smaller? This is the last thing that I want to do today. Didn't you do that last week? A couple weeks ago, yeah? But thinking about it, I have a hopper minecart that's sitting inside of our tree farm that doesn't need to sit there. Oh god, I just thought of 2 more hopper minecarts. There are 2 hopper minecarts that are actually in the tree farm that do need to be there. So what am I up to? 4, 7, and then 2 more right here. So what's that make? 9? But there is a hopper minecart inside of about right there that we could get rid of. Doesn't need to exist. There's a hopper minecart in our fishing farm, clearly. Doesn't need to exist. There are a billion hoppers around our base that could all be replaced with composters. Don't need, well, that could save lag at the very least. Have you seen anything prove if jack-o'-lanterns are better than torches? I have no idea. I've never seen that. If there were a performance difference between jack-o'-lantern and, sea lanterns, or, well, jack-o'-lantern glowstone versus sea lanterns versus torches, I would expect it to be very minimal. Sea lanterns might be kind of high because of the animation, but torches are just particle effects. And particle effects shut off outside of the immediate vicinity of the player. So if you look, that torch right there, here, we might even be able to set this up in like a scientific test. Okay. Well, this FOV is disgusting. Alright, so you can pretty clearly see the line that torches create particles. It's about at that torch. Okay, so the number of particles that the torches are creating, and thus the amount of lag that they are imparting on my world, is pretty minimal. Now, sea lanterns do animate. They have that little swirly texture on the side. I don't know if that animation consumes any performance. It wouldn't surprise me if it did. It wouldn't surprise me if it didn't. But, my knee-jerk reaction says that there's absolutely no way that jack-o'-lanterns or glowstone create world lag. Those 2 blocks can't. Not any more than any regular block. So do we have a nice, clean way of setting this up? You said that this could be smaller. How do you think that we could make it smaller? Probably only using one torch. I didn't mean to break the block at the back. My inventory is such a disaster. Place a repeater next to the comparator facing the granite block with a torch on it. Repeater next to the comparator. Next to the... Facing the granite block with a torch on it. I mean, this doesn't work because we're going to power the piston. And see, this needs to be inverted. There. How's it going, Amos? Trying to use a little less aggressive language for me, though. Damn. Redstone Dragon. The only thing about lighting I found explains lighting updates. The lighting updates from redstone torches also are a massive source of lag. You can improve it by adding glowstone sea lanterns and jack-o'-lanterns, or by filling the area near the contraption, which is what I was suggesting doing. Yep. You like my new intro into streams? It'll get you banned. Sure. I mean, this is in the wrong state. Do we just have to have two torches? One to run it, and one to... I mean, that's so much redstone. Thinking. How do we make this a smart dropper in this space? That's what I'm really working on.
Does that work? Looks pretty good to me. Two torches, 2 redstone. Shuts off. That's quite a bit of lighting lag, though, that I would rather avoid. This is the only reason I'm scared of using this clock, is because it's just a lot of updates. So I wonder what creates more or less lag. Do you think it's this clock here? Right? Do you think it's this one? Which we're overwriting this lighting update with a jack-o'-lantern. Or do you think that it's the one from earlier, which was writing off of Quasi? Let me see. Going through screenshots, that's not it. Nope. Is it this one? Nope. Okay. This is, okay, so we've got this one that's right in front of us. Yeah. Which just runs a clock. I guess that, hang on, we should properly build this first. And then screenshot it. Okay, yeah, this is probably the best angle. Okay, screenshot's been taken. And now let's revert back to that earlier design. And then we'll try to get a comparison to how we feel about them. So the comparator is still in the same spot. I actually shouldn't have destroyed it. It goes into a solid block, all the same. Like that. Redstone block there. A third piece of redstone. How much redstone did this one use? 2. So it's basically 2 redstone, 2 torches versus 3 redstone, no torches. Because this then turns into solid block, into note block with just a block above it. So these are our 2 options. Do we like... Hang on, maybe I can show them on screen side by side. Yeah, there we go. These are our 2 options. We could either do a clock. I mean, both of them are basically clocks. It's just, is the clock a standalone clock or is the clock built into the comparator itself? One of them uses Quasi, one of them doesn't. One of them uses 2 torches and 2 redstone. The other one uses 3 redstone and no torches. I think I like the one that doesn't use Quasi. Oh my gosh, I just got the screenshot from Bradley, and Bradley built exactly what we have right here. He's just too late. Oh man. Posted it in Twitch Discord. Bradley. You took. I figured it out. Look at the one on the right.
That's exactly what you just sent me. It's just funny, man. And this is, whenever we talk about, what is it, convergent evolution, I think is the word. What is it when multiple creatures evolve to do the same thing in a similar way, but have absolutely no relation to each other? I think I like this one better too. Because yes, it's 2 torches, but the lighting update from the torches we can override with some jack-o'-lanterns. We don't require quasi-connectivity, and I am pretty sure that the redstone updates that are caused by this one are more than the torch updates here. That's what we need Spice to check. I know that redstone does create quite a bit of block update lag, I guess. How much block update lag does redstone generate versus a redstone torch? Dude, yeah, that's true. You missed we found a video. Spice sent us a video specifically of a guy doing the best lag check for hoppers that I've ever seen. That I've ever seen. It was so good. The normal NIM stuff. Thanks, man. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, but we're gonna run with it either way. And there it is. And so an item gets added to this, and it immediately starts getting shot out. And then we're going to emulate this being much lower than what it is. And as soon as that last item is out, the torch shuts off. I think we're done. So the only sort of question is lighting, preventing. We need to get all of this light. Actually, all of this light can be blocked from these mushrooms. There's no overlap there. We could put just solid blocks right up in this space. Sick. And that was a real mushroom that we just harvested. And look at that, there's more of them. Okay, wow. I am so impressed with what, I mean, it took us a while. For the most, I mean, this is just a tiny little 3-cell mushroom farm. But damn, dude, did we over-engineer the shit out of this. This is cool. And then we can take that straight down and, you know, just make this water. Basically, it doesn't even need to be water yet, but we could have it just fall. And then it lands in water, and then we'd be able to take it wherever we wanted. And then at the end of wherever we wanted it to go, we would be able to add our cactus overflow system. I personally like Dim's content because even though it might take a long time, at least you come out the other end of the rant with a better or new understanding from what you had before. Every time I watch a Nim streams, I can at least say I learned something. Oh man, that's so much pressure. Let's just go play Fortnite for like 6 months. Chat room, it'll be a good time. Oh my god. I also feel weird with that because I don't consider myself an educator, but at the same time, I recognize that every single content creator is on some level an educator. It's the same thing as being an influencer, which is, it's such a dirty word, but it's the truth. If I tell you, if I say my political opinion over and over and over and over again and again and again and again with enough confidence, somebody would adopt my political opinion. So like, I don't want to be an educator. I just want to play goofy games. I don't want to teach you guys stuff. But the way I think about games, I don't know. Maybe I can't help it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like it. Make it stop. Put me out of my misery. Dude, no, you're fine. I mean, as long as you meant it in earnest, Kelly, it doesn't bother me at all. At the time, I didn't think that you believed it in earnest, which is why I was frustrated. Because I was like, no way. Kelly's been here this long, and he's not just hard troll memeing me right now. That was why I got frustrated, not because of your a dissenting opinion. Dissenting opinions are always fine. But I didn't think you were dissenting. I didn't think that you disagreed for the sake, because you had a belief that was opposite mine. I thought that you disagreed for the sake of disagreeing, just to be needlessly confrontational, is what I thought. Wow. You remember whenever we were struggling to get on top of that one tall block? I just figured it out. Do you think I could do that again? I almost did it. Okay, let's go wide. Oh, I see the problem. Getting that exact height. And these guys can catch me. I see. Okay, so no. I want to get around to the side, please. Nope, it didn't work. Oh, lordy. Okay. Well, we've now got the final design. It's absolutely done. Tomorrow we'll be installing it twice, because we need one for red mushrooms, we need one for brown. So I do believe that this is going to be the end of the stream. I'm really, again, we over-engineered that like crazy. The total number of mushrooms that it produces is probably going to be a couple hundred. There's no way that we're going to get the thousands of mushrooms that it would entail to even hit the overflow point. But I absolutely refuse to install anything into this world now that doesn't have an overflow. So this is a mushroom farm, a storage system, and an overflow, which we will lead into a composter
to turn it into bone meal and then add the bone meal into the nano farm or the tree farm. Over-engineered the crap out of it, but it was amazing. And I think it was worth it. And I had a blast. I had so fun. So much fun. No, I had so fun, chat room. I had so fun. You guys are wonderful. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate it. Shout out to Rassel and Kirch and Christopher and Paralyzer and 4Poppy. You guys are wonderful. Thanks for being here. I'll see you tomorrow.